Minutė dar. Steven, miksas jau. Okay, well, honorable speakers, friends of Ukraine, Belarus, Friends of Freedom, this is the 7th international conference of Kalinausko. 4 conferences were organized in Lithuania, one in Washington, D.C. last year, one in Strasbourg, one in Brussels. This is also, today actually, it's exactly 160 years from the day Kalinausko was hanged in front of the windows of the current foreign ministry. I was walking there, like you, director, and I didn't know that this is the cross of him then. Well, this is also, this conference is also on the eve of our accession to EU and NATO. We have those 4 flags in front of us, Ukrainian and free Belarusian flag. So I think that this revolution of Kalinausko that started so many years ago is still continuous, and we will still see the day when Ukrainian and Belarusian flags will be flying high inside the European Union. But let me ask our honorable speaker, Victoria, to open the conference. Victoria is associated with victory in Ukraine. Victoria was the first speaker to visit Ukraine during the war, and it's also in this parliament where we delegitimize Lukashenko as the ruler, and Victoria is very much leading on Ukrainian accession to NATO. We all remember the conference of the NATO speakers that you organized the first. So, please, speaker. Proszę.
Dear Ruslan, it is great to see you on video. Dear colleagues, dear Svetlana, chairs of foreign affairs committees, Europarliamentarians, all honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great pleasure. Excellencies, ambassadors, of course, it is a great pleasure to see you all here in our Constitution Hall for the annual event that I believe holds great importance. And I would like to start by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers of the event, so the Seimas Committee on Foreign Affairs, and of course the chairman, Žygimantas Pavilionis, whom you all know, and the leader of Democratic Belarus, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, and her cabinet for bringing us together for yet another edition of the Kalinausko's Forum. The main aim of this forum is to foster a coherent and unified strategy that draws clear pathways for the integration of Belarus into the transatlantic community. However, the significance of this event goes, in my opinion, far beyond its immediate focus. It serves as a platform to deliberate on the destiny of our entire region, recognizing the interdependence of our nations and the pivotal role the neighboring countries, Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine and Belarus, play in shaping our common future. In the pursuit of collective security and prosperity, robust regional partnership is essential. The Lublin Triangle format that promotes cooperation among Lithuania, Poland and Ukraine offers a blueprint for realizing ambitious geopolitical objectives. From extending multifaceted support for Ukraine's fight for freedom, from advocating for its NATO membership and facilitating its integration into the EU, our joint actions hold immense potential. It is vital that we take advantage of this framework to its fullest extent. I look forward to another opportunity to convene with my counterparts from the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the Polish Senate and Sejm, to promote our parliamentary cooperation further. The last such Lublin Triangle meeting took place here in Vilnius at my initiative at the end of 2022 and proved to be beneficial for our common agenda, and it is high time we continue this format. Hopefully, democratic Belarus one day also will become an integral part of what we today call the Lublin Triangle. Just last week, civil society representative from Belarus convened in this very chamber, the chamber of the Constitution Hall of the Seimas of Lithuania, to discuss the future of democratic Belarus and the concrete steps to take. Looking forward from our regional perspective, Belarus under Lukashenko not only is a threat to the security and integration of our region, deeply rooted in the legacy of the Republic of Two Nations, but also leaves the European Union integration process in our region incomplete. The journey towards this objective will undoubtedly be very challenging. As Ukraine faces Russian military aggression and Belarus has effectively become a Russian province under the authoritarian regime of Lukashenko, I strongly believe that it is Lithuania and Poland that bear the primary responsibility for forging a wider regional alliance. Lithuanian-Polish strategic partnership transcends bilateral relations, echoing broader regional implications. As we are about to commemorate the upcoming 30th anniversary of the Treaty of Friendship and Good Neighborly Relations between Lithuania and Poland, namely on the 26th of April, we must reaffirm our commitment to shared goals and further cooperation. Poland and Lithuania can play a pivotal role, leadership role for the future of our region in the short and medium term. This is especially significant given that Poland will hold the presidency of the European Union in 2025, shortly followed by Lithuania in 2027. And we must set clear and realizable aims and take full advantage of these two successive presidencies. A priority is speeding up Ukraine's EU membership, aiming to make it happen during the Lithuanian presidency or shortly thereafter. Additionally, a clear positive change in Belarus would mark a significant achievement. Having said that, it is evident that the path to a European and democratic Belarus today runs through Kyiv. Therefore, despite our bilateral and regional efforts, the importance of the attitude of our Western partners in shaping the geopolitical landscape of our broader region is obvious. We must deepen their understanding that the fate of Europe's security architecture is intricately linked to the developments within our borders, first and foremost within the borders of Ukraine. Therefore, I urge diplomats, experts, politicians, representatives of the NGOs to collaborate tirelessly in forming a broad coalition dedicating to ensuring the victory of Ukraine and eventual integration of the whole of our region into European and Euro-Atlantic structures. Only through collective solidarity and mutual support can we strive for a breakthrough in the geopolitical dynamics of our region. Thank you so much for your attention, and I wish you a very successful event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And now the leader of our fight, also the leader of United for Ukraine Parliamentary Army, actually we belong to, Honorable Speaker Ruslan Stefachuk will tell the word from the front lines of freedom. Please, Ruslan.
Вельмишановна пані спікерко Сеймаса Литовської Республіки.
Madam Speaker, Madam Prime Minister of the Republic of Lithuania, Marshal of the Sejm of Poland, participants of the Kalinausko Forum, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first of all express my gratitude to my dear colleague, Victoria, for the opportunity to address the audience of the Kalinausko Forum. To all of you who are united in our attempts to overcome the same enemy for the cause of peace, for Europe, for Ukraine, as well as for the rest of the democratic world. I would like to once again express my gratitude to the friendly Lithuania and the Lithuanian people for their consistent, tireless, and effective support and assistance to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. for a full-fledged support for Ukraine's victory. That's not just the title of the Seimas resolution recently adopted. This is also the content of your efforts in an attempt to help Ukraine win. Russia continues to kill Ukrainian civilians. Meanwhile, fierce battles are taking place on the front line. The Ukrainian defense forces are doing everything they can, what's possible and not possible, to stop and push the enemy away. The final goal is to liberate once and for all the occupied Ukrainian territory and bring back peace to Europe. That's why the military and technical support is the priority of Ukraine. We're grateful to all the support packages that we have received. We appreciate the 35 million euros that Lithuania has decided to allocate as part of the initiative of the Czech Republic. I'm grateful to Lithuania's leadership in the international demining coalition, as well as for joining the international coalition and cooperation in the area of defense industry. Our common goal must be defeated in Ukraine on the battlefield once and for all. I am certain that Lithuania, like no other, hears and feels Ukraine. Please help us make sure that we are heard and felt. Strength, unity are some of the key words that should define our actions currently, as well as our faith in victory. Over these 2 years, Ukraine has done everything it could so that neither you nor other countries feel the atrocities of war, and it will continue to do so as a member of NATO and EU in the future. The summits of the European Union and NATO are expected to bring resolute decisions. We are all looking forward to peace, not any peace, but a just and lasting peace. The Ukrainian peace formula proposed by Zelensky is a solid algorithm that would ensure such peace, that would help to overcome the consequences of war and prevent a new aggression. We are looking forward for further support in implementing the peace formula and organizing an inaugural meeting of the Peace Summit. Dear friends, today we will listen to some complicated thoughts and some interesting thoughts on Eastern Europe and on its future. I am certain that European integration is the only way for a prosperous future of the Eastern European nations and states. I hope that this noble goal will unite the participants of this forum and will bring our nations to peace. I wish everyone strength, endurance, and faith in our common victory. Victory that is just and lasting for Ukraine, for Lithuania, for everyone that is dear and that everyone needs. Thank you once again for your attention. Thank you, Lithuania. Thank you to all friends and everyone. Until the final victory.
This conference is devoted for Ukrainian victory, for your membership in EU and NATO. We will discuss in different panels. Now we have a video of my Prime Minister Ingrida Šimonytė, who was not able to come. We have many other events and many other political developments, but she wanted to be with us and send her message. Please.
Dear Svetlana, dear Victoria, dear fellow fighters for freedom. Freedom is a state of mind. It is not a gift or a privilege that can be granted or taken away. It cannot be crushed into bits and thrown at people like crumbles of stale bread to pigeons, in a hope that they would take some and not ask for the rest. Freedom is fundamental, underlying, overwhelming flame, which burns in our hearts, and define us as human beings. That led our heroes, like Konstantino Kalinausko, into ultimate battles, whatever the balance of power was. That led Belarusian people to peaceful protests of August 2020, despite repressions. That keeps Ukraine going, whatever the cost, towards their victory and ours. For without freedom, we would be all but a mass of zombies, like the ones we see, unfortunately, not in the movies, but in real life, so close to us. Racing in endless numbers from the trenches only to fire around into Ukrainian, if they manage before they fall. Or marching to the ballot boxes, times and again, to throw ballots for the Tsar, because, well, they don't know, and don't care why. We, the free people, know why we will do everything to defend our freedom and help those deprived of it, because otherwise we would lose what defines us as humans. And therefore, there can be no room for fatigue, for slowing down, for being carried away or losing focus. Losing the fight for freedom is not an option. It is not an option for Ukraine, not an option for the free people of Belarus, not an option for any of us who proudly and rightfully consider ourselves citizens of the free world. Today, tomorrow, and until the victory of freedom, we must and we will be together, doing all we can to see Ukraine's victory, to see the end of Russian imperialism and fall of Lukashenko regime, to see the release of all political prisoners in Belarus, free and fair elections, and an international tribunal for Putin, Lukashenko, and everyone who took away countless lives, broke faiths, turned cities into ruins, but who will never manage to break the people who are free. Slava Ukraini, and Живе Belarus!
And now, last keynote to open our conference of President Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. What can we do to deoccupy your country? What can we do to consolidate the European vocation of your nation? Please, President.
I want to start with the words of gratitude to the Lithuanian Parliament, to Lithuanian government, and all countries represented here for your support and your solidarity. I know that I'm among friends today, and so glad to see in the morning so many familiar faces here. Dear Speaker, Victoria Chimlita-Nielsen, dear Prime Minister, dear Speaker Ruslan Stefanchuk, and Speaker Shimon Halonia, dear Žygis Paviljonis, guests and friends, my дорогие белорусские сябры. Today we mark the tragic day of death Kostas Kalinausko, our national hero and the leader of the anti-Russian uprising on our lands. As Žygis already mentioned, Kostas was hanged by Russian executioners not far from here. And before death, he addressed to Belarusian people, "Go and fight for your human and national rights, for your faith, for your native land. For I say to you from beneath the gallows, my people, you will only live happily when no Russian remains over you." Hundreds of thousands heard his words and stood up in fight against tyranny and oppression. Although the uprising didn't end in victory, it witnessed the political birth of the Belarusian nation. That uprising united our enslaved nations, Belarusians, Lithuanians, Poles, and Ukrainians, which refused to live under the oppression of the occupiers. This union for the sake of freedom preceded the future united Europe. Our nations fought for the free future of the entire continent, but European capitals didn't understand this. The rebels expected political and military support from the free world. Perhaps the Western capitals didn't want to provoke Russia, and they didn't come to help. Our nations were enslaved for a long time. The best people were killed. the cause of freedom was defeated. And today, once again, the fate of freedom, democracy, and the right of peoples to self-determination is being decided in our region. It is being decided on the front lines in Ukraine. It is also being decided in Belarus, in Moldova. And again, we stand against the same empire. And once again, we rely on the assistance of the free world. The same empire is trying to destroy European solidarity with Ukraine. It is trying to force the free world to retreat, to stop supporting Ukraine. And they do it under the guise of appeasement. The same empire is trying to convince the world that Belarus is a lost case and must be given to Russia as part of its sphere of influence. They are trying to build a new Iron Curtain between Europe and our people. The same empire is trying to sow mistrust between our nations. We see how they do it in Lithuania by organizing provocations to promoting hatred between people. The same empire is trying to destroy not only the right of the people to independent life, but also their very identity, language, culture, historical memory, and European values. They do it in the order to facilitate and justify further aggression. But they will not succeed. And the fact that we all here together is proof of that. They will not succeed because we also learn from our mistakes. And the democratic world is more united than ever. Tyrants can destroy cities and shells, torture people to death in prisons, and rewrite textbooks, but they will never succeed in destroying that heroic spirit of our nations. The rebellious spirit also lives in millions of Belarusians today, in those who went out to the streets in 2020, in our partisans who tried to stop the advance of the Russian military, in our steadfast political prisoners. It lives in our journalists and bloggers, artists and activists. It lives in Belarusian fearless warriors from Kalinausko regiment who defend Ukraine. Belarusians give the most important thing for the victory of Ukraine today, their lives. Because they understand, we all understand, that the victory of Ukraine will also be the victory of Belarus. But Belarus can also be a game changer. Lukashenko's regime is more fragile than it seems. In contrast to Russia, in Belarusian society we see a solid anti-war consensus. We see hesitation in the power vertical. As we are approaching 2025, I ask you to keep Belarus in focus. Changes in Belarus can weaken Putin and help Ukraine. Belarus is the weakest link in Putin's war machine. I ask you to provide Ukraine with all it needs to win this war and impose devastating sanctions on Lukashenko's regime and Russia. Stop the transit of goods. Issue an arrest warrant on Lukashenko for crimes against humanity and deportation of Ukrainian children. But while isolating the regime, don't isolate the Belarusian people. Don't leave us alone with the usurpers, as it happened with Konstantino Kalinausko. As we speak, thousands are being killed in prisons just because they supported Ukraine and stood up against Lukashenko. Support our media to confront propaganda. Provide visas and safe refuge for those who flee repressions, strengthening people-to-people ties. The future of Belarus is with Europe, not with Russia. Don't shut the doors before us. And call things by their names. Lukashenko is not a president. He's a person who seized the power in our country. Distinguish Belarusian people from Belarusian regime. We need to strengthen the agency of the Belarusian democratic forces. I ask you to formalize cooperation with the United Transitional Cabinet as real representatives of the Belarusian people. Our goal is to bring changes in Belarus and help Ukraine to win this war. Therefore, we established a relationship with Kiev and opened a mission there. And I'm grateful for Ukraine's recent decision to appoint an ambassador at large who is working with democratic Belarus. We fight with the same evil and for the same future, European future. Dear friends, we must finish the work started by Kalinausko rebels. I believe that this time we will succeed. Tyranny will be defeated. I believe that this time the democratic world will not leave our nations alone with the aggressor. Ukraine will definitely win, and Belarus will return to the European family where it historically belongs. Живе Білорусь! Слава Україні! Нех жиє Польська, Тегвоя, Литва! Žygis, 1 second. And I have a special message to you. His Excellency Vytautas Landsbergis, the first leader of independent Lithuania, asked about Kalinausko regiment. And on our request, they recorded a special video for him and for the participants of the conference.
Поважані удільники конференції, вітаю вас від ім'я білоруського полка ім'я Калиновського, який знаходиться.
Dear participants of the conference, I greet you on behalf of the Belarusian Kalinausko regiment, which is part of the armed forces of Ukraine. The conference brought together participants from different countries, but I'm sure that we'll all have the same values. Namely, each of us wants to see our country independent, which does not encroach on the territorial integrity of another country. That is why all of us today are helping Ukraine to stand up in its struggle against imperialist Russia. Today, Belarusians are shedding blood for Ukraine because the victory of Ukraine will give a chance for the liberation of Belarus. Only the victory of Ukraine will protect European countries from Russian aggression in the near future. And victory will be ours because we are all now united by a common goal. Long live Belarus, glory to Ukraine, thank you.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, friends. So we are now moving to the first panel that will be led by Ambassador Kurt Volker. We'll rearrange it. This panel, I'm inviting all the chairs, actually, who will be speaking. My Baltic Musketeers, Marko, Richards, also to join me. I see Michael from Berlin already with us. But before you come closer, actually, Alexandra, you should also come here. Yes. Okay. Actually, that's your flag. You should sit here. Before Kurt starts, he's my good friend, and he knows that I always do things in bipartisan manner. We, of course, are all Republicans here, but, you know, we know whose administration is now in power. We have another little surprise from Mike Carpenter, who is few days still ambassador in Vienna, in OSCE, but from Monday he's becoming a big boss in White House, and I guess he will be actually taking care of our issues, knowing that he is of Polish descent and knowing that he's a beloved friend of us. So that might maybe change the administration line a bit in the areas we want. So just to inspire, let's listen to what Mike says.
Welcome, and thank you, Žygis, for having me. Nearly 4 years have passed since the fraudulent presidential election in Belarus inspired hundreds of thousands of ordinary citizens to take to the streets, demanding the Lukashenko regime listen to the will of the people. Since then, Belarusian authorities have done their utmost to destroy this pro-democracy movement, resorting to brutal tactics to silence civil society organizations, independent media, and all opposition voices. There are close to 1,500 political prisoners in Belarus today, many held incommunicado in deplorable conditions. This is about freedom versus tyranny. It's that simple. It's about a regime that won't let ordinary Belarusians communicate on the street in the Belarusian language, access foreign media sites on their smartphones, or utter even the slightest dissenting opinion. The Belarusian people want and deserve freedom, just like all human beings. In response to the increasing political repression, systemic human rights violations, and support for Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, the United States has worked closely with our allies and partners to bring the Lukashenko regime to account. Here at the OSCE, the United States and 37 other participating states invoked the Moscow mechanism to examine and expose Belarus's failure to abide by its OSCE human dimension commitments. At my urging, we've also established a group of friends of democratic Belarus at the OSCE, which now numbers more than 24 nations. This group of countries stands for the principles that once upon a time the Belarusian government itself subscribed to in the Charter of Paris: democracy, freedom of expression, freedom of assembly. As someone who has participated in the Kalinausko Forum in the past, I know that these are the values that you believe in too. The task before us is to determine how best to support the Belarusian nation, its culture and language, and the brave civil society activists and independent media who still operate in Belarus. It's no secret that Minsk and Moscow are collaborating in their use of the tools of repression. It will take a coalition of well-intentioned countries and non-governmental actors to collaborate on strategies for how to empower the powerless, how to give agency back to the people who both want it and are entitled to it, and how to best harness those remarkable and inspiring voices like that of Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, who continue to speak for those who cannot, but who want to live one day in a democratic, independent, sovereign Belarus. I also want to take a moment and acknowledge that in the midst of the tumult and threats to democratic institutions within Belarus, there has been critical support for democratic voices from outside the country. Namely, I want to express my gratitude to Lithuania for its support for the freedom of the Belarusian people, something it has done consistently for decades. Since 2020, since Lukashenko upended Belarusian elections, since the Kalinausko conference has been gathering, Lithuania has taken in about 62,000 people fleeing from Belarus. That's no small feat for a country of less than 3 million. It speaks not only to the collective humanity of the Lithuanian people, but to their knowledge of history and the desire to be on the right side of it. For that leadership, I say thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful and dynamic conference.
Okay, that was a provocation to Ambassador Kur, though he's a good friend of Mike. So we have a panel, first panel, actually concentrated on, I would say, Ukrainian victory. What could be a strategy to achieve that victory? And, well, we know the recite in Baltics, it's EU and NATO membership. And we know that we have some little problems on that way. Kurt was the one to convince President Bush to do a little enlargement to the Baltics, together with Randy and some other friends around. And Dan Fried. So, you know, if you did it once, why couldn't you help us to do it with the current president or future president? So, you know, really, Kurt, what about the leadership? You know, it's kind of lacking in DC. You know, we are here trying to bang to American doors, and it's not opening. Why? I don't know if I provoked you more, but I'm quite sure that all those European chairs will do it, Richard's including. Please.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Zigis, and thank you for inviting me. It's great to be here, great to see so many good friends as well, too. You're exactly right, Zigis, and I was looking at the title of our session, which is the Euro-Atlantic Choice for the East Europe Region. And I'm thinking this really ought to be titled Euro-Atlantic Choice for the West European and North American region, because East Europe's choice is clear. we know what the issues are, we know what people are facing, we know what they want to do. But I keep feeling that in Western Europe and the United States, we have not risen to the moment. We have to recognize that this is not only about Belarus. It's not only about Ukraine. It is about the future of our civilization, of our free, prosperous, democratic, secure environment that we have built and created and benefit from for decades. This is now what is under threat explicitly. And I think if we look back over the last 30 years of the fall of the Soviet Union and the establishment of independent, sovereign, democratic states again in places where the Soviet Union, Russian Empire had occupied them, we kind of took it for granted that we were in a normal situation of development. It may take time, may take some negotiation, may take modest steps on security, on gradually bringing countries into NATO, insisting on reforms along the way. All of that seemed fairly normal. But I really think we need to reset our thinking now that we are in a different time. Putin has made it clear that he does not believe that neighboring people are equal. He believes that Russia has a right to take the territory of other people. Medvedev has said that Russia can never accept that an independent government will exist on Russian lands. And whenever asked about, well, what are Russian lands, Vladimir Putin says Russia has no borders. And that was even the slogan for his most recent campaign to be reinstalled as president with a new mandate. I think our framework, our mental framework, should not be the last 30 to 35 years of gradual NATO, gradual EU expansion, democratization, normalization. Our framework should be set around two dates, 1938 and 1949. Because the tendencies, I think, are starting to look very, very similar. When Hitler did the Anschluss and just took over Austria, we all in the West thought, well, maybe that'll be it. And then he wanted the Sudetenland. We thought, well, maybe that'll be it. And then he keeps going and takes over all of Czechoslovakia. Well, maybe that'll be it. And we kept hoping and hoping that failure to act would avoid escalation. And instead, what we saw is that failure to act created escalation and drove us into a war that was far worse than it should have and could have been. And I fear that we are sleepwalking into the same scenario again. Maybe the subjugation of Belarus will be it. Maybe that'll be it. Maybe Russia will just take part of Ukraine. Maybe that'll be it. And the worry that I have is that Putin is so clear about his genocidal and imperialist intent, we ought to know by now that that won't be it. It will be going further, and we will have to deal with it, and it will be much more painful and costly the longer we wait. So when I look at what we are doing in the United States and what we're doing more broadly in the West, it just strikes me that we are not rising to the challenge. We are not serious. How can we possibly justify setting an arbitrary limit on the length that we can fire, that Ukraine can fire an artillery shell, because it somehow satisfies our desire to avoid provoking Putin or escalation? How can we deprioritize support for Ukraine? We're going to hear from Representative McCall later. He's a great supporter of Ukraine. And I know many members of Congress, all of whom are strong supporters of Ukraine, Republicans as well as Democrats. The issue is not the position, but the issue is the priority. How can we put this off for weeks at a time, months at a time, watching Ukrainians be killed, watching Putin being emboldened? We have to set a higher priority on doing what needs to be done to stop Putin's war now before we end up with no choice. And we must stop Putin's war against Europe or else. We have, up to this point, sent a signal to Vladimir Putin that he can do, not quoting anybody here, whatever he wants. Because the message has been, as long as the war in Ukraine continues, we can't bring them into NATO. We can't bring them into the European Union as long as there is no security. There have to be borders. They have to negotiate more. They have to adopt the EU acquis. We can't do it. So as long as Putin keeps the war going, he wins. We need to use the upcoming Washington summit and the EU summits this year as well, but I'm thinking about Washington, to send the opposite message to Putin. We need to send the message to Putin that no matter what he does, he cannot win. We will not allow him to win. We will take steps to ensure that Ukraine and others are a permanent fixture in a transatlantic community, members of the European Union, members of NATO. We will not allow Russia to reestablish an empire at the expense of neighboring peoples and as a threat to all of Europe. We will not allow that. I think we need a slogan, so I'm going to offer one, which is victory, peace, and permanent peace. I think that should be our framework as we look at the Washington summit. We need to take the steps to ensure that there's a Ukrainian victory, and then we need to take the steps to ensure that we lock in a peace that follows, and that peace needs to be permanent. And the only way we have ever successfully established a lasting peace was through NATO membership. So we need the Washington summit to issue an invitation to Ukraine to begin accession talks to become a member of NATO. We use the time between that invitation and their full membership to be filled with these bilateral security assurances that many countries are making. And we need to be taking far more creative and robust steps to support Ukraine now. Yes, it's a good idea, as is now being discussed, to move a lot of the coordination of security assistance from the Ramstein process to Brussels, but that is a step taken in order to avoid taking the big steps that Putin is looking for. We need to take the big steps to show that we are serious. And I would say that this should include direct assistance to Ukraine in a variety of ways. Assistance with maritime demining to keep the ports open, making sure there is freedom of navigation in the Black Sea by presence in the Black Sea and conducting freedom of navigation operations, direct assistance with air defense to protect civilian populations. It is Ukraine's airspace, after all. It's not Russia's airspace, and Ukraine has a right to protect it and to ask for assistance in protecting it. We should be doing all of these things. So the first date I mentioned that we should have in mind is 1938. The second date we should have in mind is not 1997, 99, 2003, or 2002, 2004, when the Baltic states were invited and then joined NATO. The other date we should have in mind is 1949. That's when NATO was founded. And it was founded at a time when it was difficult. The NATO enlargements, they seemed controversial and difficult, and we had to argue through it at the time in the 90s and the 2000s. But the reality is it was not that difficult. The difficult one was what a previous generation did in 1949, when Germany was divided, when Stalin was in power, when there was a real risk of war, and we knew it because we had just come through a war, and we made the choice to take a collective risk to guarantee security for the future by banding together to make sure we would stop further aggression. That again, just as we need to understand the threat, the way we understand now what happened actually in 1938 and 39, we also need to understand what our responsibilities are the way we understood them in 1949. And this time, we need to make sure that nobody is left behind. As I said, it is not only about Ukraine, it's not only about Belarus, it's also Georgia, it's also Moldova, it's also the Balkans, but we can't leave anybody behind and say that some of us will work to be secure, but too bad for the rest of you. That's unacceptable. We have to actually make the decision now to take responsibility for what we actually see with our own eyes and start taking the steps to prevent a future and more dangerous war. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kurt. Well, but, you know, I would say 99% of the people in this room would agree with your vision, and we would agree even by statistics. Recently, some polls was shown that you made us, Kurt, by joining NATO, one of the happiest people on this planet. Well, the youth till 30s. Finns, I think they're always happy. It's not because of joining NATO, but but it's not happening, Kurt. Ukraine is not invited to NATO. I don't think that it might be invited in Washington. This is a problem. We also don't have that mood of victory. We give money that is not enough for victory, and we do not give everything that is needed for victory. So let's now listen to First Deputy Speaker Alexander Kornienko, how he understands what is actually needed for victory from his own eyes, and then we have wonderful set of powerful chairs. One of them from Berlin is already with us. We will try to maybe think how to achieve that victory, even if Washington is failing with leadership today. Please.
Thank you, dear Gigimantis, dear friends, honorable colleagues, dear Kurt. First of all, I propose to honor our fallen heroes, not from only Ukraine, but from Lithuania, Poland, other countries, United States, from Belarus, from Paul Kalinausko. You know, we do it in Ukraine every morning at 9 o'clock. I want to ask you to minute of silence for Ukrainian heroes. Thank you. Because I have no much time, first that I want to do, I want to totally agree with you, Kurt. And it keep to me about 5 minutes of my speech. And I can talk more about the current situation. You know, the last 2 days we felt the most awful attack from last 3-4 months to Kiev, to big cities, to civilian infrastructure 1 day ago, and this night to an energetic infrastructure. It was first big attack to our energetic infrastructure since last year. What is it about? If be very clear and honestly, it's about that Putin is unstoppable, absolutely. And any hypothesis, any theories about maybe after election he will stop, it's all only our mind games. Putin, as a leader of Russia terroristic state, Russia empire, has only one plan to go through, to go to his understanding of victory. We don't know what is it, but we can imagine that it's something about land. But I think it's something about control of mind, of minds. But control of minds, of whom minds? It's control of minds of maybe leaders of democratic world, maybe citizens of democratic countries. Control through, first of all, through aggression, through stress, through power, through authoritarian methods, etc., etc., etc. I think if Ukraine will not overcome, next issue not about how will Ukraine live, because you know it will be some very bad scenario for Ukraine. But next question will be where Putin will go next. And I'm very, very sorry of my Lithuanian friends, but I'm very, very sorry of my Estonian friends. It will be issue if he will go to Narva, or if he will go to Suwalki, or if he will go to Narva and Suwalki. And it will be a very, very big question and issue to NATO. What NATO need to do, and how quickly will be give response, or if it will be give at all. What we need? We need air defensive systems and missiles for them. We need munition 155 and other one. We need artillery for these munitions also. We need drones and supporting systems, and of course we need systems of radio electronic warfare. On the other hand, of course, we need more faster making decisions. One the big example is United States, of course, but we wait and we believe and we do all that we can to give next urges to our partners, next and next, maybe something about society, maybe something about charge. What else our colleagues from Senate, from whole, what are they need also to be more strong in discussions. We can give anything. On the other hand, we, in our society, not only in political elites, we, with very big optimistic, see on working on mistaken by EU, because we need to receive very necessary and very useful experience from previous stages of cases with 1 million munitions, you know. And this process that we can observe right now with leadership of Czech Republic and adding other countries, it's very optimistic for us. Because if we talk about weight in previous stage, it was more than 1 year. Every day of lack of some munition, it's every day of losing life of our soldiers. You need to understand it. So more munitions we can, so more lives we can save. It's very understandable war arithmetic. We need more faster decisions, but of course, as candidate to EU and as European country with big European perspectives, we also need to be useful for EU in this case, to be useful for NATO in this case, be very open to collaborate, to build some allies, to build some unions in terms of military tech area. You know, Ukraine can be one of the most interesting countries with our experience from battlefield. When we had some discussion in NATO headquarters about real situation on battlefield and real using of modern technology like drones, like anti-drone system, like special intellectual war between our soldiers on battlefield and Russian engineers, Russian soldiers. It's very interesting and very optimistic to future to build more safety Europe. In Ukraine will be not only acceptor but like donor of some ideas, some experience, and some possibilities to develop it. About NATO, I totally agree with you, also, Kurt. We need to open accession talk, something like EU accession talks. We know that in NATO it's not usual practice, but for Ukraine maybe you will make some outclusion, some special way. For us, it's very understandable pathway because about EU accession for last 2 years, despite of war, despite of alerts, despite of problems with budget, etc., we made all our homework about EU accession, and Ukraine showed very good capacity of making reforms, of making laws, of making some process, you know. If we talk about NATO, it's not so big package will be, because it's not about 5,000 law acts like a key. It's about maybe 10 very important laws, but we know them very good and we discuss about them last 3 years, not only in time of war, because discussion, for example, about reform security service of Ukraine started before war. And we know about necessary of implementing NATO system of management in army and separate civilian and military part. We know it's very good and we will do it, but we need these political decisions because 78% of Ukrainians supporting integrated to EU, but 85% to NATO. We have NATO optimists on 7% more than EU optimists, because every Ukrainian understands that our future in Europe, in democratic world, in Western world, and like eastern flank of NATO, we can be very good partner with the best troops for this moment in Europe, let's be clear. And with understanding that 3,000 kilometers of border with Russia, it's our challenge for very long life. We can also discuss, and I think it's a very good place to do this, about future of Russia also, and about what we can together do with that, because I think it's very understandable that key of solving our common problems can lie in very deepest regions of Russia, since Tatar, and etc., etc. But we need to start to talk about it also, because you know, without understandable, clear strategy to years, what we need to do with that, all our months problems, like now with package in United States, with weapon, with munition, we all time will have this months problems if we will not have strategy 2 years, what we need to do with Russia and how it will be. Thank you very much for this possibility, Žygimantis. I, with pleasure, will take in part of Q&A if it will be. And, let's raise our mention, let's raise our ideas to make our victory more close. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. Well, we are here to make all your dreams true. Actually, and now I would like to turn the floor to my dear friend Pavel Koval, whom I know for decades. Actually, here you have an interesting representative of different triangles. You have Baltic Musketeers, you have Lublin Trio, you have Weimar. Berlin is on the screens, we have Frédéric Petit, and you have representative of New Weimar who just met, And my question to you, I also saw actually the 25th anniversary visit to Washington of your two leaders, because you were first to go to NATO. And we know from the history that it was difficult to convince Bill Clinton then just to have an option between gray zone that might be occupied by Russia again and NATO enlargement, and you did it first. Then we were the second row. We're now lobbying for the third row to Ukraine. So just to provoke you a bit, do you think, because you met President Biden, your leadership just met President Biden, do you think it's still possible to convince him to make Washington, D.C. NATO summit a historic summit, a new Casablanca conference where we would actually agree to defeat Putin and invite Ukrainians to NATO, or we have to wait for new administration to come, or we have to make some other things at home in Europe in case Washington is not doing it at all and doing it last, as always. Please, Pavel.
Thank you. Sigmund, thank you very much for the invitation, ladies and gentlemen. If you mention history, I think that we should come back, in fact, to Bucharest, but not to every time we should return to Bucharest summit to 2008. It was really the big mistake of the West to do not give a membership action plan to Georgia at the moment and Ukraine. And every time we will look for the answer for the question, did we provoke Russians to attack Georgia in 2008? And the political, this historical question, the political question is how to repair, how to find remedy for that situation. And of course, there is the one classic way for West, for the North Atlantic Alliance. If we have any obstacles in the way of any country to NATO, we should accelerate the way to speed the way to European Union. And if I hear Secretary Blinken, Secretary of State of US, started to advise to European countries what we should do. It's good, because for me, it's evidence that US administration understand that we made mistake in the way of Ukraine and, in my opinion, Georgia and just now Moldova to North Atlantic Pact. And our task, just a moment, is in fact to start negotiations with European Union. It's one possibility to repair many historical mistakes. To start negotiation just now, this is a question, because we have Belgian presidency, and the next presidency, it's, as you know, perfectly Hungary. I'm not sure that Hungarian presidency will support us, I'm not sure. And we create, just a moment, we create a risk that we will lose 1 year, in fact. Because after, it's Polish presidency. There is a first chance to start, if not just now. This is one remedy. The second remedy is to send clear signal to Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, because we should think in category of the whole region, and Caucasus. It's really important from the point of view of security of whole region, and we should push to give invitation for Ukraine to NATO in summit. It's possible, because it's a good way to deter Russia, because it's a good and important signal to the Ukrainians, because it's only one real legitimization of our general policy. I saw in München a discussion between one of Ukrainian MPs who asked one of speakers, one from the distinguished speakers said, okay, we are ready, we open, etc., etc. And it was a very simple test. One Ukrainian MP asked this distinguished European politician, are you ready to invite Ukraine openly to NATO in Washington? And he started to, okay, we have problems, etc., etc. Very typical situation. We need legitimization of our declaration, not only in Ukraine, but also in Central Europe. Because the crucial question of our security, it's not only about Ukrainian security. And, you know, very well, many people, especially on the West, I'm just returning from Berlin, London, Paris last week. And many people complaining in Ukraine that corruption, oligarchization, etc. And my very simple answer, it's who knows better tool to improve that situation than negotiation with European Union. Only way of negotiation, only way to full accession, only process of preparation to full accession to NATO. It's for the West, guarantee that Ukraine will modernize in forthcoming years. If we, okay, it's good. It's the main thesis. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now we have another part of Weimar Triangle, Berlin, the best friend of us in Berlin, Michael, who just traveled to Kiev. We just traveled to Kiev together. And I'm always trying to provoke and push Michael to say, Michael, you know, if those Americans are failing, actually, you annexed Washington, D.C. You know, you lead so well in Lithuania. You are building, actually, brigade. You know, we are moving so fast with Germans. In Lithuania, Germany is leading. So why don't you lead on the whole continent? So what do you think about that, Michael?
Good morning, dear Sigis, dear friends, distinguished colleagues. Greetings from Berlin to Vilnius. I deeply regret that I can't join you in person, but our parliament is on session and we have some very important votes today. But I would like to express my gratitude to all of you, but especially to my friends, the three musketeers from the Baltics. You are really encouraging role models for all of us regarding the strong and reliable commitment to a free and sovereign and democratic Ukraine. We can always count on you, and you always emphasize it's not the size what really matters in Europe. And so thank you so much. And it's so tiring always to repeat our common goal. And it's so simple. Ukraine must win. Ukraine must prevail as a free, sovereign, democratic country in the very heart of Europe. It's so simple. And I'm so fed up by all these controversies. And that brings me to the German discussion. The last couple of days, I received many messages from friends and colleagues from all over Europe. What happened in Germany? And let me be very clear. It's coming spring in Europe. It's getting warm and sunny. And this is definitely not the time for thinking about ice and frost. It's definitely not the time to think about freezing a war. Frozen conflicts are a Russian tool to destabilize our continent and to destabilize our friends, especially in Eastern Europe. And frozen conflicts won't bring peace to Ukraine or to our continent. And I'm fed up by these controversies. The first controversy was about things the Ukraine doesn't need right now. Troops on the ground. The second controversy was about military equipment my government doesn't want to deliver. Taurus. And please, dear friends, let's focus on discussions how we can step up our military support to Ukraine. That's key. That's crucial for Ukraine, but not these abstract discussions. And I very much hope that there is still a common ground for constructive, reliable discussions among friends based on trust and confidence. And my friend Sigis gave me 3 short questions, and I would like to take the opportunity to reply. The first question was why Ukraine should be invited to NATO. Without a free and democratic Ukraine, Eastern Europe will never become a stable and peaceful. Even a Ukraine victory will not guarantee that Russia won't try in a couple of years. Only a Ukrainian NATO membership can guarantee a just peace in Ukraine and in Europe. We know that NATO is the only reason why Putin has not attacked the Baltics. That's why Ukrainian NATO membership is so crucial for lasting peace in Europe. I know that my friends in the Baltics and many others, and my Polish friend also mentioned it, that we try to do our utmost best to establish a common ground, a positive mood for the upcoming summit in Washington. But I would like to encourage us to send a signal of unity from Washington. It's quite important in this time when our joint efforts were overshadowed by national controversies. And that brings me to the second question. What happens if the Ukraine aid won't pass the United States Congress? If the United States Congress continues to block the aid to Ukraine, the EU needs to fill the funding gap. This war is an existential threat for us in the EU. And so we have to take leadership. Existential crises require bold decisions and leadership. That's why I do believe the EU should consider a new Ukrainian victory fund financed through common borrowing. I know this is a controversy, but it is a sensitive issue. The Corona Recovery Fund could serve as an example, but I have to take into account that some distinguished colleagues, that some member states sent a message to us in Berlin. Our financial capacities are quite limited, but it shouldn't be a financial question. So whatever it takes, that should be our message to our Ukrainian friends. And last but not least, the third question, who will take over the EU-US leadership role? That's very simple. It's a weird question. The EU has come a long way, and I'm convinced that even without US leadership, Europe can overcome this struggle. We are strong. We are strong economically. Maybe we're not always strong politically, but we have the potential to step up the European defense industry. And when we visited Kiev, and thanks to my friend Sigis for organizing this very important trip to Kiev, we asked the defense ministry, we asked generals, we asked as experts, what do you really need? And the message was very clear. Ammunition, 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 air defense systems, drones, armed drones. And it's so frustrating to see that the European Union couldn't keep the promise to deliver 1 million ammunition by the end of this month. And I'm extremely grateful to the Czech president, because what we really need are not dogmatic discussions about buy European. We have to buy military equipment on the world market. And I'm grateful to the Czech president who made this clear. We need pragmatic solutions. And if other countries worldwide have ammunition, we should buy it. And we should deliver it as soon as possible to Ukraine, because 2024 will be a decisive year for Ukraine. And I fully understand the worries and the concerns in Kiev and in Ukraine. But now we need strong signals of solidarity. And solidarity is more lip service, and we should focus on that, what we really can do. And we should send a message, whatever it takes. Thank you so much, and I wish you fruitful and inspiring discussions, and thank you again for having me.
Thank you, Michael, so much. I know that you will be leaving to plenary, but I see after your statement that Berlin is ready for leadership, and we will discuss it now with our Nordic family. We have a first Nordic chairman, Michael Astrup Jensen from Copenhagen joining us. Actually, representatives of his party were the one who also opened the way for our membership in EU and NATO. And together with Michael, we were in Washington trying to convince those Americans to actually do the right thing before Pearl Harbor, new Pearl Harbor is happening. And Michael was the best. So please, and thank you for what Denmark did to Lithuania, because Denmark, they shared the kind of load. Denmark was working with Vilnius, Sweden with Latvia, and Finland with Estonia. Thank you, Denmark.
Well, thank you, Sigis, and thank you so much for being able to speak after my very, very good German colleague. We had some technical snafu, as I think it's called, so we just had to take care of that. So thank you so much for the invitation. I'm so sorry I cannot be there in person, but I had some obligations family-wise yesterday evening, so I had to be staying here in Copenhagen. But I really wanted to attend this very, very important conference to also send this very, very strong signal that we should be united in our approach to Ukraine. We should be, as we were regarding the Baltics, regarding Eastern Europe, where we welcomed you into the European family almost 20 years ago, because this is the right way to do it. This is the only way that we can try to raise some stability, raise some awareness about how ideas of freedom, of democracy, and so on should prevail. And that's why I can tell you that the Danish approach to how we can actually try to help our Ukrainian friends is something that I'm very proud of as chairman of the Foreign Policy Committee. We have 11 parties in the Danish parliament, from right to left of the political sphere. All of them are completely united in our approach to Ukraine, meaning that we are all completely aligned regarding that we have to help Ukraine win back their country, being able to answer this horrific attack from a bully neighbor, Russia. That's why there was no hesitation from the Danish parliament when we said yes to give our Ukrainian friends all our new artillery pieces. There was no hesitation when we said that we wanted to lead the F-16 coalition with our Dutch friends. So right now, this day, we are training Ukrainian pilots at a Danish Air Force base here, so they can get our F-16s very, very soon and being able to hopefully win the air superiority in Ukraine. There was no hesitation in Danish Parliament when we said that we want to also lead the tank coalition with our German friends. So they were not only able to get Leopard 1 tanks, but also Leopard 2 tanks, the most modern and effective tank there is on the battlefield. So all in all, we are actually very proud that even though we are a fairly small country here in Denmark, according to the Kiel Institute, we are in the top of not only per GDP, where we are in the top 3, but also in general numbers, in total numbers, we are in top 5 of supplies to Ukraine, mostly organized on military aid. Because, you know, one thing is fine words. One thing is to say that, you know, it's so important that perhaps we should in the future send soldiers to Ukraine or whatever. But that is only discussion. What the Ukrainian friends need right now are military aid. And if we are not able to send the necessary military aid, Denmark has now sent 16 donation packages of various things, including the necessary ammunition to all the artillery pieces. Then nothing. Then it, you know, we can say whatever we want, but Ukraine will not prevail. And therefore, this is really the 2 minutes to midnight. This is really important wake-up call now to Europe that we should stop speeches and come up with action instead. So that is the message that I will send regarding the military aid. But military aid is only the first step. The second step is, of course, allowing Ukraine to be part of the European family. European family meaning NATO, meaning European Union. Denmark has been steadfast in this, that we want Ukraine to have a clear path to both an EU membership and a NATO membership. Because as President Zelensky quite clearly said when he visited Copenhagen some months ago and had his open speech to a large gathering of Danish regular citizens, he said something that really struck with me. He said, if we should tell the Ukrainian soldiers fighting, you know, for their lives out in the trenches, what they should be fighting for, you have to tell them it's also that Ukraine should be allowed into the in the European family. Because then there will really be something to fight for. It's not only for themselves, not only for their family, but it's for all of Europe. And that's why we really, really have to say this from entire collection of European countries, that you are more than welcome with us, and we want to help you in this regard. Because if we lose this, then it will be a battle for all of us afterwards. And therefore, this is so important for us. We all know that something can happen in the US election that will actually set us back. But then again, we are Europe. We can if we want, and therefore we really have to say we want now. So I'm looking forward to the questions, but that was my first comments from my side. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And now we come to the Baltic Musketeers. They were not listened for decades. I don't know how many times we came to Washington together, and we are again preparing a trip in April. Our foreign ministers are doing the same right now in some group. So, Richard, how do you feel after all those decades? How can we make the West listen to us?
Great, thank you, Žygis, and thank you for organizing this and inviting the Musketeers to be here and address the distinguished audience. Well, I don't know how many of you were present yesterday at the OWL session, but I'm being known as somewhat a Grinch in the room. I will give my 5 cents for inspirational speeches as well, but I think what we have to discuss is practical matters. both for political decision-making, for strategic set of goals. And in this regard, of course, I will reiterate our commitment. So our commitment to Ukraine is victory, not attrition, and to liberation and not stalemate. That's the fundamental principle. We should not actually bring this topic again up. Otherwise, we're wasting time. And of course, when it comes to the face of aggression, any silence and inaction is actually the ally of the oppressor. And we see the hesitations as something that really provokes the aggressor. Whenever there is a hesitation, there is action from the aggressor. So with this, of course, I want to come back what Ambassador Walker actually said, that we need to create a very clear message to Putin. Again, I will be Grinch in this room. Have we actually managed to deliver any message up until now that Putin even considered to look at and maybe adjust his actions? I will argue no. We have never done that. We sometimes, with our internal decisions, we clap on our shoulders, but it hasn't no immediate effect on maybe having an impact of what Putin actually his policies are. So with this, I think we have to spend the rest of our day actually setting the goals for until the next Kalinausko conference, what each of us will achieve, share the best practice. I think right now what we have to do, each of our respective parliaments and countries, we have to recognize the so-called presidential elections in Russia results as illegitimate and actually put Putin in the same boat together with Lukashenko. That is number one. That is practical thing that we can already do. The second thing is, let's review all our bilateral agreements that are still in existence with Russia. We talk about isolating Russia internationally, multilaterally, but then if we look what kind of archive we have on the bilateral agreements that are still in force, it really looks bad. Like agreements on double taxation, agreements in economic cooperation. You will be surprised if you look up all the agreements that your country have signed with Russia for the, let's say, past 40 years. You know, even some coming from the Soviet Union times. And you'll be surprised how much still you're attached to Russia by legal terms. And this is where I come with the argument that I'm somewhat, Michael Roth very much said, fed up on certain rhetorics that are coming out of the Western politicians. The 300+ billion central bank assets, we need to confiscate. Well, it's been 2 years we've been talking about that. Well, I see Deputy Speaker is here. He definitely can give the Ukrainian state budget bank account number, and we can wire that funds right now. So the question is why we are hesitating. And the hesitation is, again, it invites Putin to be more bolder because it sees the free people are weak. And nothing provokes more Putin than weakness of free people. And in this regard, I think that is another thing that let's do our homework. Let's review all the bilateral agreements. Just now, Estonia followed also Latvia's example. We denounced the legal assistance agreement that was still in force since 90s. Obviously, Russia is no country that is abiding international law. We're not even talking about bilateral agreements on mutual respect. Other thing I really want to invite on the eve of opening the accession talks, I invite actually Ukrainian leadership to validate all the politician visits to Europe be it position, be it opposition, that Ukrainians are present in the discussions where EU is making decisions. It's a candidate country already. It has a voice in the meetings. It's not anymore Marco or Žygis or me have to stand for Ukraine. Ukraine can already speak for itself and defend its arguments as well in room. So I invite not to block any, if there's any disputes as well at the political level. So open the doors to that. And coming back to the messages, I think this is bad news. Putin is more effective in sending messages than we are. I mean, he's clearly indicating he will outlast the West with the patience, also with the resources. He's also sending a message that they're there for the long-term confrontation, 8% military expenditure from the GDP. Isn't that a wake-up call for us? I mean, we just, in Vilnius summit, made a decision, making 2%, not the ceiling, but the floor. I very much support what Prime Minister of Estonia is suggesting. It should be already 3%, the floor. If we look at the Cold War, nobody actually bragged about spending 4-5% for the defense. Is this situation right now different? I don't think so. And most importantly, and again, I come back to Ambassador Walker. He made good points. Historical perspective. We also mentioned Kalinausko and his plea to the West to supply weapons as well at the time of the need. And there was hesitation. And that resulted in tragic events. And with history, well, we're in a Christian country now. And if we use the words, never again, and the 20th century, we look at the Middle East, we look at Ukraine, I think somebody from above is testing us. Do we really mean what we say? And I think if we value those things, we need to deliver with no hesitation. So I invite really to spend this day sharing the best practice. My suggestion as well is, for time being, there is a need to close entirely the border with Russia and Belarus. For any movement of goods, be it 1 month or 2 months, we'll see the effects. We see that Russia's war machine is fueled not only by imports, but also by incomes, revenues that are making from the transit. And this transit is still on. I mean, the cargoes in their 1 million tons are crossing Russian railroads. So that should be also crippled in a way. So we can really cripple the Russia's economy. And somebody is saying that, I'm sorry, maybe it's, again, going into too much emotional part. But today, we heard Zelensky reporting huge attack on Ukraine, across the board, from the east to the west. 19 rockets.
65 seconds.
Yes, and the dam, so energy infrastructure being particularly targeted. But in the meantime, I read in Financial Times, US is urging Ukraine to halt the attacks on the Russian energy infrastructure on the Russian soil, because that is sparking the energy prices around the world. Where are we? What is this? So I think when it comes to military, again, I'll just reiterate, weapons, 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 and again, weapons. So I'll stop here, and Žygis, please take it over, continue.
Thank you so much. You always wake up us. And now we have the best of us, Dilia, who actually created Lithuania, Icelandic chair. Thank you for independence. Thank you for recognizing our freedom. You were the first. And we made trips together to Washington and Kiev recently. So, Dilia, what can you say also about NATO membership? You know, your foreign minister was one of the most active in Vilnius, defending us, well, how to make it mild, from American president who didn't want to listen. I'm trying to provoke the public. So, Dilia, what can you say why Ukrainians should be in NATO?
Thank you. Dear colleagues, dear guests, it's so nice waking up with you since there's a bit of a time difference. But first of all, I would like to thank my Lithuanian friends for inviting me. It's a true pleasure to participate, although it's this time through the internet. First of all, Sigimantis has already mentioned a little history. Only 8 years ago, the United States were the first to recognize Iceland's independence. And half a century later, as already mentioned, Iceland used its independent voice wisely and was the first not only to recognize Lithuania's independence, but actually the independence of Estonia and Latvia as well. And therefore, it is a true honor and, of course, a great match to be fighting alongside my Baltic friends and colleagues, the Baltic Musketeers, for our European friends in Ukraine, holding on to Ukraine's independence and sovereignty. Those are, of course, only defended with full Ukrainian victory over Russian aggressors. And as Sigimantis has already mentioned, there is a message we have been actively delivering over the last 2 years. And actually, our friends on the eastern flank were already warning us about what would happen long before that. And sadly, those warnings fell on deaf ears. And as to the message, it is a message about our unity and solidarity with Ukraine, unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, how the brave Ukrainians are fighting for liberal democratic values, effectively fighting our battle. And in our joint NBA trip to the US a few weeks ago, we experienced that this message was much needed. In this, time is of the essence. And although Europe was much too late to respond to the grave situation at hand and is still responding too slowly, our friends in the United States have to step up when it comes to Ukraine, especially when it comes to NATO membership. I cannot not mention Sigimantas' well-organized trip with European and Canadian chairs to Kyiv last February. The group had a clear and strong unanimous message, and the visit was very important for our Ukrainian friends. The trip would have never happened if it wasn't for Sigimantas' relentless efforts. The Lithuanian chair, or the Lithuanian musketeer, is a true freedom fighter. It will be an honor welcoming him and other MPA chairs in Iceland this fall. That is, if some volcanoes don't stand in the way. Once Ukraine claims its victory, it will surely open up new possibilities for a European and democratic Belarus. Keeping Belarus high on our agenda is critical. The developments there do not only have serious consequences for Belarus itself and its closest neighbors, but also for transatlantic security overall. We must support Belarusian democratic forces and civil society and fight repression and stagnation offered by Lukashenko. We, as in Iceland, we believe that every human being deserves the opportunity to live a life of freedom and dignity. And therefore, we will continue to support the direction Ukrainians and the people of Belarus want to go, which is surely not the way of Lukashenko and Putin. Thank you.
Wonderful, Dilde. Thank you so much. And we will come to Iceland, I promise. And now the last musketeer. Sorry to keep you last. Well, because you are, the wisest of us. You are 6 times chair, Marco. You saw it all. And it was Marco's idea to organize this Nordic-Baltic trip to Washington. So how do you feel after Washington, Marco? And last question, because that was mentioned also by Richards, this idea of 0.25. I saw your Prime Minister making it a law. We did lobbied it in European People's Party. They approved this resolution. European Parliament also approved it. But how to make it a law in all the capitals of European and maybe NATO members?
Thank you so much, Žygis, inviting us back to Vilnius to be in a very good company and to face reality and to understand where are we right now and what should be done. I would start with two short memories, one from 30 years ago and one from last weekend. 30 years ago, I used to be a journalist, not politician. I worked in Russia. I was Moscow correspondent for Estonian News Daily, and I covered First Chechen War. Nearly 30 years ago, in February 1995, I happened to make an interview with that time Chechen leader, President Tudayev, somewhere in Chechnya, an undisclosed location. And he told me in that interview that we are in a big war which will last at least for the next 50 years. And if we are not able to stop Russian imperialism here in Chechnya, they move on. That time, as a young journalist, I wasn't that sure that what I heard will actually be very much realistic. I thought that Tudayev is under stress and sees too dramatically what will happen. But he talked about Crimea, he talked about Georgia, he talked about politics, and end of the day, about entire Western world. We didn't listen. We didn't even think about to help them that time. And we ended up in last weekend when Western world was still a little bit puzzled how to treat what we did see in Russia happening during Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Even Kurt, you said that Putin is still president. President is a very honorable name for a politician to carry on. He's not president. He is a dictator of fascist country. And we have to understand that there weren't any election in Russia. This was a referendum for world war. What will happen now after this war referendum? We will see global war. Actually, we are already in a global war, and we have to recognize this. If we don't understand it today, we will lose. What is Putin's aim? Putin's aim is very simple. First and foremost, reinstate Russian Empire. That includes everything what was once in borders of Russian Empire, and perhaps a little bit more. Secondly, he wants to destroy US leadership in the world. Divide us, Europeans, Americans, and then after that, together with China, to reinstate New World Order or define New World Order. Very simple. And this is where this is not only what we speculate about, what he thinks or would like to do, but he has said it explicitly about world order. He's talked about in Valdai last October, and together with Xi, dictator Xi, they mentioned about joint action when Xi visited Putin last March 2023, when Xi said that we are in the middle of changes in the world, what we haven't seen for 100 years, and we are drivers of those changes. Now, recognizing this, what is happening, what is happening in Ukraine is only one battle. We see currently different battles. Hamas's attack on 7th October wasn't unique or kind of localized event. This is directly connected with the efforts of Russia to destabilize the Middle East. Attacks of Houthis against vital trade route is part of that. Iran, North Korea, and China are very much aligned with Russia in this battle right now to destroy Western leadership in the world order, in the world politics. And if we do not understand that, then we are going to have a very dramatic moments in coming years. Now, I would say that I was last time on the front lines in Ukraine just 3 weeks ago. And next week I'll go back to Ukraine again, and you have to be there. You have to understand what is in real terms happening. You have to speak with those defenders of us today and their desperate needs, not only for ammunition, not only for weaponry, but also to tie up their hands, to allow them to use all the means and tools what are available from our side to not only to liberate occupied territories, but to bring Russia to strategic defeat. What is currently our position should be, and clear strategic goal. Russia must be unconditionally surrendered in Ukraine, in this war, and this is end of it. This must be our clear aim. If we are only thinking that we should do as long as it takes, what it takes, then the only goal right now, if we want to not only re-establish peace, reinstate peace in Europe, liberate Belarus, make sure that both Ukraine and Belarus are part of Euro-Atlantic free community, then we have to, and also if we want to re-establish a more stable and peaceful Middle East, Sahel region in Africa, and also to stop China to attacking Taiwan in coming years, we have to defeat collectively Russia in Ukraine. And if for that we need to put together a coalition of willing in helping more specific terms Ukraine fighting Russia today and pushing back Putin's dreams about shaking up our world, we should do that. And we should stop talking what we cannot do. We should stop talking what we should not do, because everything of that will lead us to a world, not only World War III, perhaps we are, as I said, perhaps we are already in World War III. I don't think that we are in 1938. I think that we are already in 1939. Already those battles are there. Already Poland is there, if we go back at the times of 39. And if we are able to learn from those lessons, then we should act today, immediately. And I agree with Richards, who said that we participate in a lot of different conferences, a lot of different seminars. We're talking too much. We're talking too much. And we are not able yet to mount that sort of real force and will to defeat Russia. We should do it if we want to save our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Thank you so much. Well, in the Baltics, we do not talk too much. Together with Nordics and Poles and neighbors, we provide to Ukraine close to 2% of our GDP. And now we provocatively turned back to Washington, D.C. Randy, what about Americans? What do they do there on the Hill? What do they do? What those Republicans do in the House, controlled by Republicans? I have a tie of Ronald Reagan. We all Republicans here because we are created by you guys. But what you are actually doing there? Will you fix the House? Will you fix Washington? And if not, what kind of scenario do you see, Randy? And I provoke Randy because he's the dear friend who lobbied many American administrations to do the right thing, first for first NATO enlargement and then for our enlargement. That was the biggest enlargement. And Randy, I think you've been with President Bush, who landed here in 2002 and said, from this moment, every enemy of Lithuania is the enemy of the United States. Please, Randy.
Thank you, Žygis. It's easy to talk about what's going on in the United States. I'm here also as Vice Chairman of IRI to celebrate 30 years of partnership with Lithuania and the amazing transformation from Lithuania being a consumer of democracy assistance to being a provider. But so I don't make my staff here at RI too nervous. The comments I'm about to make are in my personal capacity, not in my IRI capacity. And I want to build first a little bit on what Kurt Volker said about not rising to the challenge. That understates it. Frankly, it is shameful that the United States has delayed aid as long as they have, that the current U.S. administration has put so many restrictions on what they won't do and won't provide, and that they have dragged their feet for as long as they did, enabling the Russians to dig in and reinforce as much as they have. It is shameful that Ukrainian soldiers are rationing ammunition. It is shameful that Ukrainian soldiers are looking at their smartphones in the trenches following a congressional debate in the United States. It is shameful that Ukrainian soldiers are sharing night vision goggles and rangefinders because the equipment has not been provided by the United States or by Europe. The United States is going through a period of retrenchment right now. That's no secret. And it is not just since the Freedom Caucus has been the so-called, I would argue, very misnamed Freedom Caucus has taken power of a certain segment of the Republican Party in the House. It really goes back to the Obama administration. I mean, when the Obama administration came in, the first thing they did was reset relations with Russia, which was really saying, we don't care about that little incursion in Georgia. Let's see if we can get along. They talked about nation building at home, something that would be was very welcome to the ears of what was a very small isolationist wing of the Republican Party back then in 2009 and 2010. Cut defense. You may recall in 2012 in the presidential debates when Governor Romney said that Russia was a geopolitical threat to the United States, and President Obama mockingly looked at him and he said, oh, come on, the 1990s called, they want their foreign policy back. History is not, I would argue, will not treat very well the Obama foreign policy of retrenchment. And it is bipartisan. Someone asked, how bad must it get? I'm a student of history, and Kurt talked about the 1930s from a point of view of German aggression. You have to remember where American policy was in the 1930s. Every little bit of assistance after September 1939 that the United States gave, whether it was Lend-Lease, whether it was 50 decrepit destroyers to Britain, whether it was the debate over convoying, whether it was the debate over conscription in the United States, which passed by one vote in the U.S. House of Representatives in November 1941. We were very slow. You know, there's a quotation famously attributed to Churchill that he may or may not have said, but it's still great, and that is, to paraphrase, the United States will do the right thing after exhausting all the other options. And I think now, to bring it to the current debate, we will do the right thing at least on this aid package, and we don't need to get into all the details. I think it's going to pass probably in the next few weeks. And the United States is not going back to its isolationist roots. every February in the United States Senate, we read George Washington's farewell address to the assembled chamber, in which, among other things, he famously said, we should not partake in any entangling alliances. Now, even former President Trump, who is a presumptive Republican nominee and may win re-election in November, has said he doesn't want to pull out of NATO, he just wants NATO to pay up. We're not going back to those roots, but it's going to be difficult, and we might need Churchillian figures in places like Lithuania and Poland and our friends in Estonia and Latvia to hold the line for a little bit to get to that point that Michael Roth talked about, because he said it's simple. Ukraine must prevail. Weakness invites aggression, and we're in an era of authoritarian aggression, whether it's Chinese colonialism or Russian colonialism. There are a lot of things that can be done, that Europe can do more while we're in this period of sorting out where we're going to be. The weak link of Belarus as a legitimately elected president of Belarus talked about this morning, using Russian frozen assets. I mean, a huge amount of money. If we're talking about a supplemental of $60 billion, 45 billion of which is military aid, that should have been provided starting from, it is for needs that started and requirements that started October of last year. Let's use those assets to bridge the gap. We don't need to wait for those assets and save them for the reconstruction in Ukraine. We have to make sure Ukraine wins first. Put them on the table. Why is Russia still allowed to export metals, titanium and other metals? It is inconceivable, and that's something Europe can certainly lead on, whatever the United States' internal processes are. Why are we not talking about increasing pressure on Kaliningrad? Why is that off limits? Why is the Putin's bastion in between Lithuania and Poland off limits to talk about what to do there? And finally, we should be talking more. You know, every time Putin threatens nuclear blackmail, apparently this administration cowers and backs off. And think about the message that sends to the Chinese, for example, about the value of nuclear weapons. It's not a promising sign for the future. But given the value that they place on nuclear weapons, perhaps we should be talking about a little more forward deployment of NATO nuclear assets, whether it's in the Baltic states or whether it's in frontline states like Poland or Romania. So there are a lot of things we can do. Speaking again in my personal capacity, not my IRI capacity, but putting my IRI hat back on, everything we do is the same goal: to defeat authoritarianism. We have helped the Baltics. We are looking now to a free Belarus, to a Moldova that's able to take its home in the European family, and to helping Ukraine finally and definitively defeat Russia. Slava Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we really hope Republicans will follow your line, because finally it was Republicans to make all those decisions in 2002 at least. We'll see. Now, we have very short time remain to our panel, and we have one video to play, very short video of our friend McCall, chairman of House Foreign Affairs Committee, who was always helping us on Ukrainian case, who was calling for hearings and pushing administration to do that historic decision and invite Ukrainians to NATO, but it didn't happen. So let's play that video.
Hello, it's an honor to address you in commemoration of Konstantino Kalinausko's fight for freedom from the Russian Empire. Sadly, 161 years after his death, there are still millions of people living under the Kremlin's boot who yearn for freedom. I want to thank all of you for what you do to fight for and inspire them. Here on the other side of the Atlantic, I'm proud to fight in Congress for the freedom of Ukrainians, Belarusians, Russians, and all who suffer under Putin's oppression. I've been clear that Congress must find a path as soon as possible to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to defeat Putin and secure their freedom. The United States and our allies in Europe must be clear that thugs like Putin will never be allowed to bully, butcher, and subjugate their peaceful neighbors. Ukraine's victory in this brutal war is important, not just for Ukraine, but for European stability and the global balance of power. It will inspire Ukraine's neighbors in Belarus that they do not need to accept life under Putin's thumb. They have the same dream for their country that Ukrainians had in the Revolution of Dignity 10 years ago and have been fighting for ever since. I commend the efforts of the Belarusian democratic forces at home and in exile, and I believe that a Ukrainian victory against Putin will aid the fight for freedom in Belarus. I know that there are also many Russians who dream of a better future for their country, and that this dream is a threat to Putin. The tragic killing of Alexei Navalny and imprisonment of reformers like Vladimir Kara-Murza show that the Kremlin is afraid of the values they represent. I commend the bravery of these two heroes, and I hope that their example will inspire others to speak out against the Putin regime. I'm committed to supporting the fight for freedom on this side of the Atlantic until Putin and his cronies are defeated and Europe is truly whole, free, and at peace. History is calling us, and the Transatlantic Alliance must answer that call. Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, friends, now we have like 15 minutes for discussion. I know that our panel set too big. Simply, I have too many friends, and I want them to come to Vilnius. But look, we will have time through other panels to discuss. We will have the whole night with us today as well. So, but please, 2-3 questions to panelists. I already have one to Kurt. I just read a Financial Times article where administration is not allowing for Ukrainians to target Russian oil refineries. Just another new limit. You know, they have so many limits. They contain themselves from the victory, I would say, every day. But this is like a provocative question to my Republican friend. Do you have any questions? We have generals, we have Ukrainians, Senator Giulio, we have former Foreign Minister of Italy with us, former ambassador in Washington, D.C., and now leading EU committee in Senate, the best friend of us in Rome. Please, Giulio. Please, Mike. Yes. Yes.
Mike is there. Thank you, everybody. Very sorry not to be there. Fantastic meeting. This Konstantino Kalinausko event is extremely important in these hours and minutes during the European Council deliberations. Just a question to your panelists concerning Russia disinformation on Ukraine. I was flabbergasted, I would say yesterday, to attend a think tank discussion, a very important European think tank, not Italian, but connected to Italian universities, where I realized immediately to represent a sort of a fig leaf on a true discussion about Ukraine, what has been going on in Ukraine over the last 10 years. And the leading speaker, I mean, there were two speakers, but the other one was a prominent professor from an important Italian university, great specialist of Russian affairs and Ukrainian affairs. And all the speech that I heard, lasting 20 minutes, half an hour, was exactly following all the bullet points of Russian propaganda about the fact that half of Ukraine is pro-Russians. The Crimea was a full support of the Russian idea of bringing back Crimea to Russia and all this kind of lies. So my question is, what can we do even more in the academia, among think tanks and so on, to be very careful and to react? I tried in my little role to react yesterday. I will continue also to expose this story discreetly to representatives of member countries and friends that exist in the European group. Diplomats here in Rome, but I wanted just to refer to this question. Is a very active hybrid effort to disseminate propaganda and to defame the Ukrainian incredible heroism to defend Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Giulio. So we have one question on disinformation. We have one question on the limits of on administration they're putting to Ukrainians. Do you have another question? Hannah wants to ask.
I don't have a question, I have a proposal. So after 10 years of advocating for Ukraine victory, before the NATO summit, it seems like there is no political will to provide us a formal invitation. Let's be frank. So maybe we should organize a hunger strike 1 month before. And this is, sorry for radical proposal, because all our peace instruments, advocacy, T-shirts diplomacy, all these rallies means nothing. So guys, I don't know, maybe Baltic Musketeers, Ukrainian veterans community, near the White House, if they are telling us that Russian attack on Ukraine, Russian aggression is attack on humanity. So maybe we should remind that we are paying price. So because I don't know what else could be done to convince Americans that they are losing credibility and actually without strong decision, democracy means nothing, honestly. It's just about money. And today we in Ukraine all shocked about the attacks on Dnipro-HES, attacks on other cities, and on Monday our network, ENS network, will organize voices from the front line, the representatives of communities coming to Kyiv, talking to embassies, how they could help us to fix problems with social schools, hospitals, and others. But sacrificing Ukraine will not help to buy time to prepare more for confrontation with Russia. So I don't know what else could be done, how else we could be creative to deliver this message, to say that enough is enough, because 10 years ago it was Russia alone, when Russia invaded Ukraine. 2024, it axis of evil authoritarian states, the situation in the Red Sea. I do believe that people in US and NATO connect the dots between what's happening in the Red Sea to the weak position on the Black Sea 10 years ago. And now we're still debating, discussing, and I'm shocked after Sullivan visit that we should stop attacking oil refineries because it's about price hike. The same we heard a year ago, please stop attacking Russian Navy in the Black Sea. We managed to do it with creativity, destroying 30% of Russian Navy presence, not having a Navy. And this was the way how we exported grain, and not to allow Russia weaponize food as weaponization of hunger, what Stalin did with us. And now Americans are, instead of sending ATACMS, they are teaching us what to do. So maybe hunger strike, this is the way how they will wake up and understand that we are seriously. So sorry for being provocative and saying this. But as a mother of kids and seeing what's happening in the trenches, I don't have other creative ideas. Thank you.
Okay, let's maybe start replying to those questions, and maybe let's start with Kurt, and then Alexander and our panelists will react.
Well, I think Hannah kind of responded already. I don't have much to say different than what Hannah said. It is absolutely outrageous that we would be telling Ukraine not to hit Russian refineries or Russian oil industry. Russia has deliberately been attacking and killing Ukrainians generally. They have been attacking Ukraine's energy infrastructure. And the idea that we could even make such a request, I think, underscores that people in Washington, at least the people in the administration, have not actually internalized the idea that this is a war. This is a war going on. People are fighting for their lives. Putin is doing this deliberately. This would all stop. There'd be low oil prices if Putin was not doing this. So we have to stop it as quickly as possible, not tell Ukraine to just sit there and take it.
Alexander?
Maybe I will be more optimistic in next 1 minute. I think we make very good thing here right now. Why? Because it's about building of some subgroup or sub-coalition of more active NATO members, of more active Ukrainian supporters. Of course, it determined by geographical position, by our historical connection, etc., relationships and neighboring, but it also determined, let's be clear, by understanding of your countries, of your societies, of risks. I think we need to talk more clear with United States of risks for United States, for democratic world, next decade. If Putin will not stop right now, all together, we all together received Iranian problem. We already had it on Red Sea. It started, you know. But you know about China problems, it can be much more with Taiwan, etc. That's why we need to understand these risks, to do this risk management. Of course, we need to propose solutions. I very agree with a colleague from Latvia to be more active and with Micho to talk in something smallest, but we need to go wide front. About today news, all time for this last hour, I read news from Ukraine. It's not only about, you know, it's not only about attacks to infrastructures, but many killing were this night. First of all, from Demp of Dniprogres, it was direct shooting to trolley with civilians, at least one driver, but maybe someone else, because civilians were go to their work at early morning, and Zaporizhia, it's working city of workers for these days, despite of every day sees 300 attacks by dozens, you know. It's our lives. I want to finish with some personal history. My third daughter was born this November, on 27th of November, in time of alert. And I don't wish to all of you, to your countries, to receive your child from the mothers in time of alerts, of any alerts, and of air alert in center of your capitals. And if you want to talk about some very good famous words of someone, I know our Ukrainian quote that God doesn't have any hands despite of yours. We need to be active, we need to be proactive, and from Ukrainian side, we will do anything that's needed, that's necessary, in terms of democracy also, in terms of solving our internal problems, but we can be united. Yesterday we voted up to 300 votes. It's voted all fractions and groups about EU integration law, about lobbyism, responsibility. We can unite in hard times, but let's unite between allies in hard times. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe one word from Richard.
Slightly more than one word. Thank you. Julia, it's good to see you, and thank you for raising this very important question. One thing is fighting the disinformation when it comes to classical media outlets, be it the TV, radio, and etc. I mean, the rest of the West needs to follow actually the Baltic countries' example, where we have banned almost all the Kremlin-controlled media outlets for retransmitting their propaganda based on a rule of law, not by political decision. That should be mentioned. But what you are mentioning, Julia, is actually it's more of deeper concern, knowing that Putin has established so-called the Ruski Mir concept, the Russian world, where they have poured for the past 2 decades hundreds of millions of dollars in spreading the network around Europe. So start with one thing. In every European capital, there is a Moscow house. There was one in Latvia recently, and we nationalized this Moscow house based on our intelligence service assessments throughout the years that those houses are serving as a ground to spread the Ruski Mir ideology, to fund different projects through the think tanks as well, NGOs. That is a threat to the national security. So I think overall across the Europe there might be hundreds of properties that is owned by a Moscow municipality, and we can actually do things. We can seize these properties, we can put it on the auction, and then the profits that we get from the auction divert to Ukraine's support. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. It's absolutely clear. Marco?
Yeah, I would like to end this session with a positive note. And the positive note is 2 points, actually. Putin made an enormous mistake that he didn't attack NATO first. He attacked Ukraine, and we must be so thankful for brave Ukrainian people, both civilians, but those who are fighting for us right now in those trenches. And then I saw them on the front lines last time in end of February. You know, the situation is really critical in certain points of front line. But the spirit is as high as never, because as Hanna said, each of them have their own families, their own kids, wives, mothers and fathers, and they know for what they're fighting for. And we really have to be really lucky to have Ukraine fighting for us right now, and we have to win in this war.
Thank you, Marco. And I want to conclude not by my own conclusions, I will still make it at the end of the conference, but by final words from London, my best friend in London. Well, with Alicia, I was twice in Washington, twice in Kiev, and I was enjoying the moment she was, you know, speaking strong with those Americans, and she said, you know, Žygis, now you understand how we felt in 40s. So thank you, Alicia, for those historic lessons, your leadership. So tell me, what do you think about the Washington today? And I was asking you, Alicia, and Michael, German chair, who already disappeared, who is calling New Casablanca today? You know, we remember Churchill and Roosevelt did it. So Alicia, why can't you do it? Please.
I think the answer, Žygis, is that it's the Baltics we should be listening, and it's the Baltics from whom we should be taking lessons, rather than suggesting that the UK should be doing them. And it is a great joy to join you all, and I'm so sorry that it's remote, but it's really important to be discussing this topic for the future of the entire Eastern region. And it is no surprise, as I say, that this conversation has taken part in Lithuania, because it's Lithuanians and the Baltic neighbours who have consistently shown the world how to build a prosperous, free and dynamic country out of the shadow of Russian occupation and tyranny. And so often we see the Baltics leading the conversation, whether it be about seizing Russian state assets, whether it be about seizing Moscow House, as Richard spoke, whether it's about giving Ukraine what it needs to win, and it is Lithuania that has given 1.6% of their GDP to support our friends and allies, or whether it's engagement with democratic Taiwan over an autocratic China. So I'm grateful to the fact that it is the Baltics who continue to stand united on these issues and to show such leadership. And there is no reason why Belarus cannot, in time, follow in the footsteps of the Baltic Three and join that global community of free countries. But it cannot happen. There will not be freedom in Belarus until we have victory in Ukraine. And when Putin decided to join Ukraine, to reinvade Ukraine, Belarus followed their puppet masters, and that was not a surprise to any of us. Once again, the interest of the people of Belarus was put to one side, and Lukashenko incriminated himself and his cronies. And it is vital that when we talk about peace and we talk about justice, we make sure that Lukashenko is part of that discussion, whether it be for supporting attacks on Ukraine, whether it be for helping with the kidnap and genocide of Ukrainian children. We know that the people of Belarus want another way, and even under terrible repression in 2020, they made that marker in the sand. So we need to help Belarus find freedom, but we can only do that if they give them a horizon. And Ukraine is Belarus's horizon. So when you look ahead to NATO Washington, as you said, we do need to see a route to membership for Ukraine, a meaningful route that the Ukrainian people can gather behind because they are tired. And giving them that horizon, giving them that vision will allow them and help them as they fight on the front lines for all of our freedoms. They will be the most well-equipped and probably most capable military in Europe once they win their freedom. And therefore, it is vital that we recognise that they are an asset to NATO and that they are already fighting for NATO's freedom. We also need to give them now what they need to win, not just to survive. And that means the US stepping up and getting over their internal politics to give the support that Ukraine needs. The reality is that in the UK Parliament, there is still not one person who would not say we need to give Ukraine everything that it deserves to win the fight, and therefore we need to do more. Accountability is absolutely crucial. This is again something that NATO can talk about in DC, the special tribunal. It needs to be brought forward. There are no legitimate reasons for not moving forward this. But what we really need to see ahead, ideally, of the NATO summit, and that means next month, is a discussion on freezing and seizing of assets. There is no reason, absolutely none, why we have not yet taken the interest from those Russian central bank assets that are sat there. Euroclear wants them removed. They don't want them on their books. Every country across Europe is united. The interest needs to be taken. Take it now because the Ukrainians cannot wait. And then hopefully before that May NATO summit, we may have a G7 agreement on the wider freezing and seizing of assets, because we know that we need that as countries to continue to stand behind Ukraine. And that means making that decision. And those colleagues of ours who are in the room who still have countries who are hesitant, they need to tell them to move on this, because Ukraine needs us not only to help them win now, but also in the reconstruction. So I think we all know that Ukraine is absolutely vital for the entirety of the Eastern region, but it is only if Ukraine is free that Belarus will finally have the horizon that its people need and deserve, and we can finally get to a place where all of Europe can be free and confident, but most importantly, sure that they won't be invaded again within the next 2 years or the next 2 decades or the next 2 centuries. Thank you ever so much for letting me join you ever so briefly today.
Thank you so much, Alicia. You are the best. And friends, we are ending our, I would say, geopolitical, EU, NATO enlargement panel and moving to Belarusian panel in 10 minutes sharp. Take coffee and return. And we will continue. Thank you so much, friends. Panelists, let's move to back to our places, and this place will be taken by Belarusian panel. Friends, I would suggest you to start the panel because we have an online translation. We have wonderful friends of Belarus like Nuta waiting for us. We cannot continue with this break. Let's start. Yeah, I moved. I did my job. I will move back. Yes. Okay, now we have a moderation of the best German, well, we have many good Germans in Vilnius, but Jakob is the one who is really doing so great on freedom of Belarus. Jakob, it's your moderation. Try to push people in.
You know, Gigas, there's this song by Robbie Williams. I sit and wait. Does an angel contemplate my fate? Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We need to get started. We have a very, very tight schedule. Please move in, take your coffees. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so we can move on and continue with what, at least according to the chronology of this conference, is the core, the second out of 3 conversations. You've seen, if you take the program and you turn it to the back, you see that the map of Belarus is even still here. The conference started a few years ago, the Kalinausko conference, as a format exclusively devoted to discussing democratic Belarus. Now the focus is regional, and we had a very intense and good conversation on Ukraine this morning. And now the second panel is dedicated towards the European future for Belarus and a sustainable European choice. Now, we've heard colleagues demanding that we be as practical as possible and discuss concrete ideas, and I think the format that we have for this panel doesn't even give us much of a choice. We have a very high quality of speakers, but also a very high quantity of speakers in the second panel, and we have more speakers than in the first panel and less time. So I promise you, we will rock you with this panel, but we cannot follow the Freddie Mercury rule. Don't stop me now, having a good time. But we will have to be concise. And I suggest we follow the Madonna rule. You all know this song, we only got 4 minutes to save the world. Good news is it will be 4 minutes each. So I invite all the speakers whom we have joining us this morning to be as precise as possible with this focus in mind, sustainable European choice for Belarus, to speak about what to do on Belarus, for Belarus, wherever possible in Belarus, and with Belarusians, of course, what can be done on the home front, when it comes to the perception of Belarus. I think this is where this starts from, the recognition of Belarus as a European country. We heard this morning already how the Baltic states were never recognized as part of the Soviet Union, but always perceived as a part under occupation by the Soviet Union. So the mindset, but also concrete practical preparations for seizing windows of opportunity in the future, and obviously the questions who our partners are. Parts of this answer is obvious. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya opened this panel in the morning, but also if we see the regime in Belarus is not a valid partner, how about the people in Belarus? What is our messaging to them and other groups, including people in the exile communities, business, media, and so on? We heard the suggestion this morning that if every Western country was to give 0.25% of their GDP to Ukraine, that will lead to a victory. My impression is if we were all to give 0.25, not percent, but per mil, so 1,000 times less than this to democratic Belarus, that will solve a lot of problems for the funding of free media, the democratic forces, and so on. That would be more than 40 million euros a year, also substantial given the size of the task. I don't think this is too little. So, without further ado, I would like to open this floor. Again, 4 to 5 minutes each. That would leave us time for the discussion. And it's my privilege to hand the floor over to Mr. Ambassador Dirk Schübel, first of all.
Thank you very much, dear Jakob. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to this renowned conference. I think it's my third time that I'm speaking at the conference, but I'm happy to be here for the first time in person here. I haven't come alone. There is a whole group of colleagues of mine, special envoys of the EU member states for the Eastern Partnership here in the hall. We came here for a good purpose, namely to demonstrate that Belarus remains an integral part of the Eastern Partnership by meeting with the Belarusian democratic forces here in Vilnius, but we have also been already to Warsaw, where we met another big group of Belarusian friends. So this is one thing, and of course we want to find out what we can do more and better for the Belarusian democratic forces also through the Eastern Partnership. Now, on the situation, I don't have to describe you much. I think you know yourself it is worse than ever, the situation inside Belarus. We have still close to 1,500 political prisoners. We have a farce of parliamentary and local elections we have seen in Belarus. We have the prospect of Lukashenko running again in 2025, a very dire prospect, if you ask me. And of course, we have the continued support by the regime of the Russian aggression against Ukraine that we have to see, even though it is perhaps a little bit more subtle than it was before. And Belarus, of course, more and more is absorbed by Russia and by Russian institutions on all fronts. Hybrid actions, instrumentalization of migration, I think you know all the topics. So what have we done as EU? On the political front, 7 sanctions packages, 232 individuals, 38 entities. We have also 60 Belarusians on the sanctions list under the Ukraine territorial integrity sanctions package of the EU, plus 2 entities. Sanctions in several sectors of the spectre. First of all, of course, trade in petrol, potash, tobacco, dual-use goods, telecom equipment, financial services, wood, cement, iron, steel, rubber products. So it's a wide range, and it has an influence, these sanctions. We know that. Secondly, we just a month ago, we published a new package of Council conclusions on Belarus, which updates the Council conclusions that we had passed back in October 2020. The Council conclusions reinforce basically the message and also take good note of the European perspective that the Belarusian democratic forces have announced for the country to strive for. And we have also had a discussion at the Foreign Affairs Council. EU foreign ministers have discussed Belarus on Monday. And of course, there are some conclusions of all these meetings. Let me say a few. First, we continue to sending strong messages to Lukashenko and his regime that we will observe very carefully what is happening. Secondly, we are ready to take further measures, further packages to address the deteriorating situation in the country. Third, we continue to increase the support for the democratic forces. And fourth, there will be increased attention also to communication to counter disinformation that comes more and more also from Belarus with a streamlined state media, with the Russian state media, and amplifying support message also for the political prisoners, in particular for those who have been incommunicado for more than 1 year. On the financial side, a few words. Since 2020, we have spent almost 140 million euros for the support for the democratic forces and civil society. Areas, of course, civil society, independent media, human rights, education, small and medium-sized enterprises in exile, culture, very important. Culture will play a much bigger role to strengthen the Belarusian identity in the future. The aim now, contrary to the beginning where we have provided emergency assistance, is medium-term support of the civic and media structures in the repressive environment that exists in Belarus. Belarusian people also continue to take part in our regional Eastern Partnership programs. That is very important and will continue to do so. Belarusians are very important members of the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum and play an active role there. Some concrete examples of our support: ABBA, the Association of Belarusian Businesses Abroad. We just met them the day before yesterday. European Humanities University, EU being the biggest donor now. Human rights support, including also for an accountability platform, of course, that is very important. And of course, independent media support. We have also noted with very positive interest the political declaration of the democratic forces for a European future of Belarus. And as I said before, the European choice has been recognized also in these new Council conclusions, if you read them, of the 19th of February. Some personal remarks at the end, that I don't exceed my 4 or 5 minutes. I think with all the bad news that we receive from Belarus, we should also see some positive things. Who would have thought back in August or September 2020 that Svetlana Tikhanovskaya remains the unrivaled leader of the Belarusian Democratic Forces? Who would have thought that she continues to be received by presidents all over the world, President Biden, by all leaders in the democratic world and others? That is remarkable. She's doing a splendid job. And who would have thought that the democratic forces are, by and large, very united? I would say 95% are standing behind Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, a very big step, I think. Who would have thought that we stand so much together as the European Union and also other democratic countries in supporting these democratic forces? That is all those. So while we don't see maybe those visible results right now inside the country, I think her influence is undebated, and we will continue supporting it. I will conclude by saying that we should adapt our Ukraine slogan, where we say we support Ukraine as long as it's needed, also to the Belarusian Democratic Forces. We also support the Belarusian Democratic Forces as long as it's needed, namely until democratic changes have come about. Živi Belarus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dirk. Before this panel started, you told me not to be too German in demanding people to be on time, and then you give the perfect example yourself of being very much in the time limit. I forgot to introduce Helena, who is the head of the youth organization of the Christian Democratic Party of the Czech Republic, who is doing a deep dive into Lithuanian politics this week, visiting fellow, supported by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung's office in Prague, with Žygimantas' office here. And I asked her to ring that bell after 4 minutes, which means then we would like to invite you to conclude within the remaining last minute. So it's her task to be ringing that bell. Very happy to have you here, Helena. Let's continue giving the floor to Ukraine. Mr. Alexander Mereshko, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Verkhovna Rada. Very happy to have you here in person.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'll try to be concise. Well, first of all, I would like to emphasize that I'm very optimistic about democratic and European future of Belarus, and for a very simple reason, because I believe in young generation of Belarusians. People, especially young people, they're very sensitive to the issues of democracy and freedom. They want to be free. In their eyes, Lukashenko is a sort of dinosaur of authoritarianism. And his time is almost over. It's only a question of time and question of price which the Belarusian people will have to pay for their freedom. But freedom and democracy in Belarus is inevitable, and we should think already now. And in this regard, I would like to raise three major issues very quickly. The first one, what we need is a very clear-cut vision of the future of Belarus. Because, you know, people are often motivated by hope, not by fear, by hope. And the West, democratic states, Ukraine included, should give a hope to Belarusian people, or what they should expect in the future, in their free future, like EU membership, Marshall Plan, or something like that. Second issue, strategy. It's another issue, and here what I mean by strategy means how to realize, how to materialize this vision, put it into practice. This is also important because as of now, unfortunately, I don't see this strategy on the part of the Western states, but we need it. And finally, the question of transition from authoritarianism and democracy. As history teaches us, there can be different ways of transition. In case of Belarus, there are maybe two options, maybe more. The first one, this transition can occur due to popular uprising, like in Ukraine, due to revolution of young people. It's maybe the most plausible option. I wouldn't rule out, even though it's much more problematic, a peaceful transfer of power, like Polish example of okrągły stół, round table, something like that. We should also think about this possibility. And finally, is that what is really important for Belarus to be prepared for this moment, for this window of opportunity, and to have your own intelligentsia, your own counter-elite, which would be able to take power and to be responsible for the future of Belarus. You should think about this right now. And my final point is that Ukrainian victory will create inspiration for freedom in Belarus. That's why it's important, if we want free Belarus now, we should support Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mariška. Very valid points. I think we'll have time to dig a bit deeper into how exactly to prepare for this window of opportunity in the discussion. And we will have time for discussion if we continue at this wonderful pace. Now over to representative of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Monika Lehnhardt, the head of the Department for Russia and Belarus at the Auswärtiges Amt. Very happy to have you in person.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me and for encouraging me to be concise. I will try that. I will not repeat what Dirk Schübel has already said about the EU recent decisions, the Council conclusions that we have reiterated, but I would still like to underline that we also very much stand behind this sentence that we continue our unwavering support for the Belarusian people's quest for a free, democratic, sovereign and independent Belarus as part of a peaceful and prosperous Europe. I also do not want to say much about the recent so-called elections that we saw. Needless to say, they were neither free nor fair. Not even a single opposition candidate was allowed on the ballot, and the internal repression has become, or is dramatic. This also again drove home the point to us that we really need to continue our support to the democratic forces, to people opposed to the regime, and also to civil society more broadly. And we believe that through coordinated action, especially within the EU, we can effectively respond to the crimes of the Lukashenko regime. Dirk has already mentioned how much weight the Eastern Partnership still carries. We very much also encourage the integration of the Belarusian democratic forces and civil society representatives in the activities of the Eastern Partnership, and we also welcome the establishment of a Belarus-EU consultative group that has met, I think, twice. I would like to focus, though, on several concrete actions that we may consider, that we can take to keep up the spirit, the European spirit, and the belief in the European values among Belarusian people alive. So it is very much important in our mind to keep the people-to-people contacts between the Belarus and the EU possible. This was also a point in the Council conclusions, and I believe that we need to look at certain aspects of this. First and foremost, it is crucial that Belarusian citizens who have left their country, who have had to leave their country, can live peacefully and safely in the EU, and that obviously includes that they do not need to return to Belarus for renewing their passports if they might face prosecution by the regime due to this new decree that was issued recently. In Germany, we have the option to issue so-called replacement documents, and we keep encouraging other countries, especially, of course, EU member states, to consider and find similar solutions to help those in need so that they do not have to go back and face prosecution. Secondly, to foster the people-to-people contacts, we believe a degree of mobility of Belarusian citizens is necessary. Hence, we should do our best to make sure that those speaking up against the regime, against the Russian war of aggression, as well as ordinary citizens with no ties to the regime, can uphold their contacts outside of Belarus and not just the contacts to Russia. This means on a very basic level that travel between Belarus and the EU needs to remain possible, and this is of course a question of visa. It is also a question of security issues, but we believe that this can be brought into a balance and should be continued. Thirdly, against the backdrop of the repression in Belarus, we have to make sure that we support in particular people that are being targeted by the regime. To that effect, we continue to issue visas on humanitarian grounds for people persecuted on political grounds. Almost every month, people facing great danger in Belarus arrive safely in Germany. We also finance medical support for victims of state violence, often former political prisoners, a key effort that we have often discussed with the Belarusian democratic forces as well. And we also try to keep the attention not only on the overall situation in Belarus, but also especially on the issue of political prisoners. Our embassy in Minsk regularly sends letters to current prisoners, their families, and tries to attend court hearings, even if it has to be outside of the courtroom with other like-minded countries. And just to end, to come to an end, the Federal Foreign Office also has its own funding lines. Also, we are coordinating our civil society support to Belarus in the framework of the action plan Civil Society Belarus. Many of the measures aim precisely at keeping the exchange with Belarusian civil society alive, and I would like to stress, maybe as one of the last points, that we believe that we should also still look at possibilities to do something with people who are inside Belarus, who are staying, who are trying to change something, maybe on a local, very small level, not extremely political, but we do believe that this is one of the cores of a future democratic society in Belarus. So Belarus has a strong partner in Europe and also in Germany, and we will continue working on it and keeping it on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Monika Lehnhardt, especially for bringing the question of what to do with the border closure to this discussion. Yesterday at our night owl, Frana Kvichorka said the only border that should be completely shut down is the border between Belarus and Russia, which is probably not in any of our capacities to realize. But the question of what to do with border closures is particularly pertinent in the Lithuanian discourse. We will have 3 Lithuanians on this panel to talk about this in the next step. But before that, we will have our Belarusian speaker, Anatol Libetska, the representative of Svetlana Tikhanovskaya on parliamentary solidarity and the constitutional reform. Anatol, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Мой рабочий язык белорусский и французский, поэтому буду говорить.
My working language is French and Belarusian, therefore I speak Russian. I will take the floor from Alexander. Alexander, he was very right by saying that we by asking whether we have a strategy towards Belarus. Well, yes, and Putin has this strategy. Putin has a very clear strategy of how to tear Ukraine apart and how to invade Belarus. Does Washington have a strategy on Belarus? No. The frameworks of the strategy are very unclear, but there is no clear-cut strategy. Today we have to state that in terms of Belarus, Putin is winning. He's not only collaborating with Alexander Lukashenko, his ideological brother. Putin has also established higher education institutions for Belarusians. He has liberalized the status of Belarusians. Do we have similar steps taken by our Western allies? This is a rhetorical question. So what has to be done? The main point of the strategy is to give the perspective of EU membership. This needs a political will so that this could be established in political documents. Without this, Belarus has no common objective. Without this, the perspective does not exist, and there is no motivation on the part of the Belarusian people. And all these things are intertwined, and unless we understand this, we will keep organizing similar conferences to discuss. War is not popular among Belarusians. 95% of Belarusians are against Belarus engaging in a war. And there's a strong contrast between what Belarus wants and Lukashenko and Putin offers. And we have to take stock of that in order to achieve our objectives. Therefore, the European agenda needs to be real. We have to have a real action plan. We need to move from talks to strategies. The main task is to have a wide-ranging international coalition on the new European perspective for Belarus. The same as in Ukraine, Belarus should have a coalition on Belarus's integration into the European Union. Without a military victory in Ukraine and political victory in Belarus, the war will not end. In Belarus, people need to know who stands by them. Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, Latvia, and I believe that this list can be extended because the situation is changing dramatically. Just take stock of Macron's changing attitude. We can brief and this gap in the distance. The Lublin Triangle would be much more stable if it was based on 4 pillars. Agreement on the democratic forces and its cooperation within the European Parliament should be adopted in this legislative term. Similar agreements should be made with Washington and underpinned by action. And the support to media should also continue, especially in the face of this information war. The main point for democratic forces is the victory of Ukraine against Russia as an aggressor state. Another important factor is refraining from legalizing the legitimacy of Putin. In his new presidency, Putin builds his historical power, and he will continue occupying new lands. So this means that any documents, any agreements and treaties signed by Lukashenko, Putin, should be declared null and void, and this should be said here and now. And the last point on the calendar for the implementation of such plans. Dates are very important here. Poland's presidency of the Council of the EU and Lithuania's presidency of the Council of the EU in 2025 and 2027, respectively. These are important dates, and this is our political calendar. And unless we form a strategy before these dates, the strategy on Belarus's integration into the European Union, we will lose Belarus altogether. Here I see so many people who have been working for decades in order to make Belarus a democratic European country. We are celebrating a decade of our cooperation. I want to thank the Adenauer Stiftung and others who have been helping us on our road towards a strong objective. Sorry for not being able to be precise and brief. Since 1999, I've also been on a certain type of a front here.
Of also thinking in roadmaps and putting dates and deadlines to actions. Richard suggested this morning that the next Kalinauski conference could be a moment to check in. You said it could be the presidency of Poland. Knowing Žygimantas, I think the next Kalinauski forum will be earlier than that. So several opportunities to check in. You mentioned, Anatol, the necessity for a strong coalition of the willing for supporting the European perspective of Belarus. One coalition of such kind was inaugurated last November in Berlin, the Alliance of Parliamentary Solidarity for Free Belarus, and we have several members of that alliance with us here, and I would like to give the floor first and foremost to Juozas Olekas to speak on behalf of the European Parliament. You are the chairman of the Delegation for Relations with Belarus, and you were also the first one to speak at that inaugural ceremony in Berlin last year. Very happy to have you.
Thank you, Jakob, that you mentioned this our Alliance for Democratic Belarus, indeed. Thank you, Adenauer Fund, for the support of this organization. And I would like to continue what Anatoly said about the coalition and the situation in European Parliament. Despite the difference in discussion, I think still we have the very strong supporters coalition in European Parliament. Excellency Ambassador mentioned about the sanction package, but I can say that we have adopted 11, I think, resolution on Belarus. That means that it's always on our priorities, and we try to keep on attention for situation in Belarus. And I think for this reason it's very important that we should continue strengthening the democratic forces unity. As Excellency Ambassador mentioned, still we have the support from the Belarus society for Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya as recognized leader of democratic forces, and this is very important to continue this. And not only acting in Belarus and around Belarus, but very important to act also in the member states' capitals, in the Western countries, to keep Belarus on the agenda, because time is running and the people is a little bit tired, but despite that, we should keep, and also we should keep these differences between in some countries, like in my country, Lithuania. Sometimes we try to put the Russians and Belarusians together. I think we should realize that we should have very clear differences, because the majority of Belarusians, they supporting democratic forces, not supporting the regime, differently than Russia. And this is the main goal for us to keep these distances and to allow to mobilize the democratic forces from Belarus here in the exile to act together. And we welcome the decision from the August 2023 of the Belarusian democratic forces for the Belarusian European direction. I think it's very important to show that there are two differences: tyranny going to tyranny to the east, and democratic forces of Belarus going to closer to democratic Europe. And we should see this whole region in the east. We call the Eastern Partnership countries and the Euronest countries, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova. This is all our goal, not only the Belarusian or Ukrainian goal. This is a European goal to have democratic platform on the east, on this east flank. And this is our opportunity. The data was fixed by Anatoly, and now we should fix our action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph Olekas. I think this is a crucial moment, the clear distinction between Belarus and Russia. I think it was you who said, even if you adopt the very same sanctions, you can copy-paste them, but please just give them different titles to distinguish wherever you can. It's a matter of respect for the Belarusians. We go online to the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, Giulio Terzi di Sant'Agata, who was also with us in Berlin for the inauguration of the alliance. So we are very pleased to have you join this conversation.
Thank you so much for remembering this very important moment in Berlin. Berlin is always a great center that I appreciate, my people appreciate very much for the awareness, raising awareness and keeping the right track on these very thorny, tragic issues of Ukraine and Belarus. Let me thank, first of all, G. Pavilionis for his fantastic job in convening us and organizing these events. But I'd like to thank with special emphasis the leader and the president of the United Transitional Cabinet of Belarus, Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya. And I would like to thank her especially because she has been extremely important also in my political environment here in Rome among Italian institutions at the governmental level and parliamentary level, and especially in the Senate, to raise awareness in my country about the real situation in Belarus and about the strong determination of the Belarusian people. Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya is the real leader. There is no question about that. She is the real leader of Belarus and democratic Belarus. She has been opposing the regime since 2020. We know very well the story of the coup d'etat, the stolen victory of Svetlana, hijacked elections by Lukashenko. And I would like to note that this continuous crackdown by Lukashenko has no borders. Tens of thousands of expatriates cannot renew their passport from abroad, even being abroad, and they are condemned to live in a sort of statelessness in their personal situation due to not validity to the expiration of the passport or identity document. And this happens just a few months ago after Lukashenko has been sanctioned and indicted because of the children abducted in every possible way, many situations of abductions of children, for whom there has been a lot of activity in our countries, a lot of political action, but quite frankly, something more should be done. And I come to that point very quickly. In the ongoing European Council, there's been anticipated in the working documents that there is a clear indication, there is a paragraph that foresees that Russia and its leadership must be fully accountable for waging a war of aggression against Ukraine and for other more serious crimes under international law, as well as for the massive damage caused by its war, and that the European Council supports ongoing efforts, including the core group, to establish a tribunal for the prosecution of the crime of aggression against Ukraine. Now, reading this paragraph, which is not new, of course, in the deliberation of the European Council, I wonder whether this meeting today could not be an opportunity to try to suggest at the parliamentary level and through our group of friendship to suggest that this indictment on the crime of aggression should not extend this action and this activity, should not extend also to the complicity and the direct participation logistically in deployment of forces, threats against Europe and against Europe itself, not only against Ukraine, but also against Ukraine by Lukashenko, by his regime. And this is something that, in my opinion, could be worth to be considered from legal point of view and legal perspective. I would like also to come again to this point, because although we know very well that the Belarus is not a state party of the statute of the International Criminal Court, the prosecutor has started a preliminary examination of the crimes. It may be suggested to start a preliminary examination of the crimes committed by Lukashenko, and that could be a merit to inquire whether the definition of the crime of aggression and the special tribunal on that could not, as I said, extend also to this specific behavior. I would like to note also that in our activities here at the Senate, in preparation in coming for the incoming European Council, only last Tuesday, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, we, as a majority, the four parties of the majority, with the leadership of Brothers of Italy, of course, as the leading force in the majority, we tabled a resolution in the Senate, and was taken up also by the Chamber of Deputies, in order to provide, as it is customary, guidance to the government for the final resolution, for the conclusions of for discussion. First of all, the position that Prime Minister would have taken yesterday and today, and for our deliberation. For the deliberation of the Council. And we inserted in that proposal for the government on the action to take a specific paragraph which says, and I quote, to promote the current sanctions framework of the European Union against Belarus, and as I said, that apparently has been already taken up in the draft conclusion by the European Council. But we were adding also this concept, these sentences, to support former political prisoners and their families, to denounce Lukashenko's decree of September 7, 2023, blocking the issuance of passport for Belarusian citizens living abroad, and to provide special travel documents for those who have the right to reside on European soil. I wanted just to make every one of you aware that we are acting, we are trying to provide all the support we can in the political terms, not only on political terms, to the Belarusian expatriates, and politically really very strong determination to support the leader Svetlana Tikhanovskaya in a such difficult battle, which is a battle for freedom and for democracy in Belarus. Our interparliamentary group between the Chamber and Senate consisting 61 members, senators and deputies, and it is a group strongly committed to a democratic, free, and fully recognized along the lines of the rule of law of Belarus. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Terzi. There's prejudice sometimes that you hear that countries, when they're further away from Belarus, have less understanding of the situation. I think you just gave a very great accord of how that is not something that applies to Italy, that you keep Belarus on the agenda. And also thank you for bringing especially this idea of the accountability mechanism and the special tribunal to this conversation. I think this is also something which the Belarusians look at towards the European Union when it comes to credibility. Mr. Zingris, do you have a comment on what was said immediately? Because we have a list of speakers that we need to continue, but yes.
Yes, I would like to say that, Anatoly, in 2 months, Lithuania will preside in Council of Europe for 6 months. So, from our side, and being rapporteur of opinion, we implemented the rights of Anatoly, of you to be on rotational basis in our Political Affairs Committee in Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly. We offered for you offices in Strasbourg, and it will be crucial to encourage political parties of Europe to be in contact with political parties in Belarus. Statkevich, Social Democrats, Responsibility, especially Germany, and other party, Christian Democrats, with our APP group and other links. So it will be very important on the end to have, Anatoly, your remarks, what we can do during our chairmanship when I'm speaking officially in the name of Political Affairs Committee of Council of Europe. I'm first Vice President, and it will be important to know which steps we can go forward. Lukashenko is not a president. Elect president is Madame Tikhanovskaya, accepted like a head of the state by us. Now we are expecting Mr. Putin to be denounced to be not a president after not for free and not fair elections. Mr. Lebetka, which steps forward we can do after you are citizens of Council of Europe and you are like a member of our political gremium there and our party system inside of Strasbourg. Thank you.
Thank you for this important remark and questions, but I would still suggest that we keep the answers for the actual round of discussion. And first of all, because this leads us to the practicalities that can be done, it's very concrete, but I would like to continue first of all with the lineup of speakers. We've heard that the Belarusian Democratic Forces made their declaration last summer for the EU perspective of democratic Belarus. And often we hear that when they say EU perspective, they actually mean to become a member of the transatlantic community. And therefore, I'm very pleased to hand over the microphone to Mr. Steve Nix, the Senior Director of Eurasia of IRI, and also once more in this format, happy birthday on the 30th anniversary of IRI's activity in Lithuania.
Thank you, Jacob. It's an honor to be here. And I'll say at the outset, in my previous life, I was a litigator in the courts of the District of Columbia, where lawyers are only allowed 3 minutes to argue their motions. So I'm confident that I will meet your deadline, and thank you for the additional 2 minutes. So let's get right down to business. The Belarus Democratic Forces. We have to look at it in 4 stages. First, we had the presidential election, which Svetlana Tikhanovskaya won. There is survey data that supports that notion. She's the duly elected president. Second stage, she fled here and set up an opposition movement, thanks to our Lithuanian friends for supporting her. Third stage, she is connecting up with the Belarusian people. Let's remember that she is an offshore movement. She cannot travel to Vitebsk or Brest or Minsk. So as an offshore movement, it's essential that we help her communicate her message of Novi Belarus directly to the Belarusian people, to remain connected on the issues that matter to the Belarusian people, which we know from survey data, which are things like healthcare, education, the environment. I was also very encouraged and honored. Anatoly Lebedko chaired the working group on the draft constitution for the Democratic Forces. I was very honored to be asked to be one of the attorneys to work on that particular draft. So there's a constitution that is ready during a transitional moment. It's prepared that Belarusians will no longer live under the constitution illegally adopted by Belarus in elections, but a new constitution. Fourth stage, and that's the transitional stage. You heard Svetlana say herself, we all believe this, there is hope for a transition in Belarus, but that is contingent upon success in the battlefield in Ukraine, which again is another argument for us to do everything we can to arm Ukraine to the extent that they need to be victorious. So what happens in a transition? Right now, we have to prepare these entities that the democratic forces have formed under Svetlana's leadership, the UTC, the United Transitional Cabinet, as well as the Coordination Council, and prepare these governing bodies to govern in a transition period. So that's what we're working on now. That's what we all need to work for, is to assist these bodies to develop expertise and be prepared for the moment for Ukrainian victory and then a transition in Belarus. So that's what we're working on right now. And so, again, it's important. This requires these things that I'm talking about in the transition, the current connectivity. It requires material assistance to the democratic forces, and it requires technical assistance. So I urge everybody in this room, and this is what I always say, I come to these events, we talk about Ukraine, we talk about Belarus, and I'll speak in a language that our Ukrainian and our Belarusian friends will understand. Ni slovom, a dielom. Not words, but actions. So I urge each and every one of us, when we go back to our prospective countries, to remember the words that you heard here at this great forum that Žygis puts together, but it has to result in concrete actions. So I urge each and every one of you to take individual actions, to do what you can to assist Belarus in its fight for democracy and to assist Ukraine in its fight for its very existence. Thank you. Žive Belarus. Slava Ukraina.
Thank you so much, Steve, for again pointing towards the necessity of having practical steps. I would like to go back to the Lithuanian round of speakers, and I'm very pleased that the setup of Lithuanian speakers today represents the broad political spectrum of Lithuanian politics. We had the Speaker of the Parliament this morning from the Liberal parties, of course, Žygimantas himself representing, he said, the strongest party in the Baltic states last night, and now we go back to the European, we had Juozas Olekas from the Social Democrats, and now we go back to the Liberals with Petras Oštrevičius, who presented last year a very impressive, long, pervasive report on Belarus from the European Parliament, which has a lot of practical issues. And I think it was the first to actually officially acknowledge the European ambitions of the democratic forces. So you set a standard there. Very happy to have you in person with us as well.
Thank you, Jakob, and good afternoon to everybody. Most welcome to this very important session about Belarus and probably a whole region in Eastern Europe as such. So why speaking about the European future of Belarus matter? Why is that? I strongly believe that only European choice will guarantee sovereignty of Belarus. Secondly, only European choice will complete the process of fight for democratization and freedom of that country. I mean, no doubt in this regard. And finally, only Europeization or European choice of Belarus will finally dismantle the Russian world. Ukraine will start and Belarus will end, nailing a coffin of the Russian world into the right place of history. So, indeed, speaking is one thing about the European future of Belarus, although it's important. I do appreciate the efforts of young Belarusians who took this initiative in 2021, when this issue was still very fragile, very theoretical, but those couple of young Belarusians with more support to come, they started to collect signatures on internet for European future of Belarus. And it was an excellent example that the civic society in Belarus, those activists, are really forward-looking and historically very committed people. And I wish, they continue this way as they did before. So what's the way forward? Firstly, so we have to call continuously an appeal of democratic opposition of Belarus and prepare for comprehensive Europeization plan of Belarus. I think it's inevitable. We need this. We have to work together with them in this regard. But I see no any way around only by this. Secondly, it must be a clear recognition or response from the European Union. Firstly, politically, and then by programming certain actions for the European choice of Belarus. There was some, but I don't believe it's enough. And thirdly, building up popular support for Europeization within the country, within the Belarus, amongst population. And here we shouldn't be short of means, meaning communication, reaching out people and explaining why is that the right choice for them, led by the democratic opposition of Belarus. We have to do it together with the opposition leaders. And finally, Jakob, let me to make a couple of suggestions in this regard. So, since we have Dirk Schuber, my dear friend and ambassador from the External Action Service, in charge of the Eastern Partnership. Dirk, don't let the Eastern Partnership to die out. It still has its importance, meaning and relevance in future. So the Eastern Partnership should be a bit reshaped in this regard to keep a clear focus on Eastern Partnership countries which are under dictatorship or very short of democracy. For example, Belarus and Azerbaijan. And here must be a special focus, a special program of the Eastern Partnership initiative as such, so to go forward in this regard. Secondly, we have to keep Eastern Partnership as a multilateral platform intact. So we have to bring more initiatives, we have to discuss and continue our deliberations on the European Parliament level as well as among the member states in order to explain and to have a solid political support. And finally, full integration of democratic opposition and representatives of the democratic opposition into Eastern Partnership, regional and pan-European structures. What I mean? Lublin Triangle is a nice, working, indeed, producing results initiative, but indeed we have to speak about inclusion of the democratic opposition of Belarus into kind of the quadruplet of Vilnius. It must be Lublin plus Belarusian democratic opposition in order to give them more space of briefing, more initiatives, more experience, and more kind of involvement on the European, or let's say, broader regional platform. I strongly believe we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Petros, for mentioning the formats. I think this matters a lot, and this is also, I think, a contribution to the conversation, what existing formats and institutions can do to already grant practical experience to the Belarusians. There is a whole direction of work on the so-called kadrovaya rezerva to train people in practical applied democracy and the functioning of European institutions. But we would like to continue with the next Lithuanian speaker, Mr. Giedrius Surplys. You are the Deputy Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Seimas, member of the, I think it's Farmers and Greens Party in English, so the former governing party, but Lithuania has elections this year. Let's see how things continue. No. Žygimantas has a very clear position. I'm a moderator here, so Mr. Surplys, over to you.
Thank you, Jakob. Thank you, dear friends. It's nice to be with you. And you know, I would like to start with drawing your attention here. We are in the Constitution Hall, and you can see the Lithuanian historic emblem above the door with the tail going down and on the flag the tail going up. Surprisingly enough, if you look at this postcard, so this is prepared by Svetlana's office, they also have the tail going up or the tail going down, but the knight is the same. So we have the same history with Belarus, and we have been living through ages, but all the time we were fighting for freedom together. From the darkest parts of history, ages to Konstantino Kalinausko in the 19th century. And just one more detail, maybe the knight is going west, as you can see. So I hope Belarus will also choose this this path. So that is why Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya is based in Vilnius. She's working from Vilnius. That is why we have Belarus Freedom Alley of the trees planted just by the Seimas near the river, the coast of the bank of the river Neris. And this year we have 15 years of the Eastern Partnership, out of which 12 years I spent my professional life working with the Interreg programs, the neighborhood programs, so-called with Belarus. So I would just like to leave us with a rhetoric question, whether it has worked or it hasn't. I think if we are looking towards future, we should think of more democratic requirements versus the financial incentives. So I'll just leave it here as a rhetoric question. Now, you probably know, and you have discussed over the dinner maybe or so, the situation in Lithuania, that we have 70,000 of Belarusian people living in Lithuania after the revolution, after 2020. Just this week's news that I received, 3 million border crossings from Belarus to Lithuania every year. And to be frank, to some people, to some parts of population, it is causing some tensions. So now we are discussing laws on migration from Belarus to Lithuania, etc. There are some, words of discontent towards Svetlana's office, just to put you in a reality situation. And now, what we can do in this fight? What can we do in this continuous struggle? So I think, first of all, we have to help the Belarusian opposition to send the signal very clearly all across Europe that this is a fight that still goes on. It is a quest against non-democratic forces, against Putin as the symbol of evil, and we must continue supporting Belarusian opposition. We have a neighbor, as Lithuanians, as Poles, as Latvians, that has built a nuclear power plant on a non-safe soil. It's still operating. We have a non-predictable leader, which is causing troubles to all over his neighbors and Europe, instrumentalized migration, hijacking of Ryanair planes, etc. So the only way to have safe and sound Europe is to get rid of this regime. And it might take longer than we expected, but with the help of Ukraine, this can be achieved. So 5 points that I would suggest us consider and not only talk, but do the thing as you, Stephen, mentioned. First of all, we must convince ourselves that there is life after Putin and Lukashenko. And this is the only option if we want safe, stable, and democratic Europe. Secondly, sanctions, sanctions, sanctions. We must put equality sign to Russia and Belarus, and there is no other way. Third, we still have to continue eliminating Belarusians from, official Belarusians, from all international fora. Me and Richards, we are part of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly delegation, and we had to listen to the representative of Belarusian parliament speaking, internationally, how Lithuania is throwing corpses of dead immigrants to Belarus, how the Belarusian observers must go and observe the elections in Poland because they are not democratic. So, imagine that. And we must ensure that these guys are eliminated from all international fora. And finally, as I mentioned, Vilnius has become a hub of democratic forces, but we are experiencing some issues regarding our own national security. So I think just the same way as the European Union has recently approved the Migration Pact, and it has this 5th regulation on instrumentalized migration, basically, I think we should be starting thinking about support to those EU member states who start acting or are acting as democratic hubs, including the support to opposition leaders from Belarus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giedrius. One very short reflection on the night. I think the historic reason why the night looks west is that that was where the Germans were coming from, that night was trying to fight.
I didn't want to mention that.
Successfully did. But I realized at some point when I was walking by the president's administration that the night actually always faces into the direction where the wind blows from. And that is very symbolic, this defensive spirit, it goes to where the problems come from. Just also one very short reflection on the matter of support of opposition. I think Monica Lehner said that earlier, the question to keeping the border open not only for activists, but for the broad population. I think it's important to remind ourselves that, I think mathematically speaking, probably at least 90% of people who voted for Tikhanovskaya in 2020 are still in Belarus. They don't have the opportunity to show resistance, but they are still there, and sociology shows people still support those changes. We continue and we go back online to Berlin, to the German Bundestag. Mr. Knut Abraham, who is also part of the Alliance for Democratic Belarus and a member of the Christian Democratic Union, a party that used to be in government, and we know there will be elections coming up and things might change. Knut, we're very pleased to have you join us.
Well, thank you very much, Jakob. Dear Žygis, it's so good to see so many friends here at the conference, and I would have loved to come to Vilnius, but we have a sitting week of the Parliament, and I'll be running in a minute for the votes on the military operation EUNAVFOR Med Irini in the Mediterranean. And I'm just quoting that because there is from time to time, there are some worries about the degree of attention Belarus enjoys here in Germany. There is the fear, the worry that Ukraine is dominating everything. But I can assure you that the contrary is true. The war against Ukraine has shown how important it is to deal and to work for Belarus too. There has never been a higher attention for Belarusian affairs than today. And this is also due to the fact that the government, the current government, and us, the main opposition party, are on the very same page when it comes to Belarus. And I really, Mrs. Lenhardt, I'm really happy to have had the chance listening to you. This is exactly what we have to do. Just yesterday, we had a meeting of our parliamentary friendship group of Belarus, meeting former political prisoners. And there is a lot we have to do on the administrational level to enable them to live their lives here in exile in freedom. But the challenges for those in exile are extreme when it comes to the status, when it comes to health insurance, when it comes to working permits, and all that. There's one specific German experience which I would like to highlight, and we should put special attention on that. And this is the documentation of torture and crimes in Belarusian prisons, because we in Germany had the experience. We were documenting these crimes back then in the GDR, and that was a very important instrument. It's a symbol for a political symbol, but it's a real preparation for later persecution. So this is one a very specific point. And let me conclude by presenting to you the four messages which are guidelines for us with the Christian Democrats here in the Bundestag when it comes to Belarus. We have four main messages on Belarus. The first message is to the people of Belarus, of course, and says, don't give up hope. It will be your decision which path your country will be choosing. We all in the conference, we all in the European Union should offer a European perspective on which we all have to work very intensively. The second message is to the Belarusian opposition or the legitimate leadership, and this is be united. And please, please, please stay united. This is so important. and enables us to work effectively with you. The third message is to those in the state structures who know that Lukashenko has no legitimacy. And the message is, help the oppressed as good as you can. And the fourth message is to the torturers. And the message goes, be sure we know your names. Your names are known and you will be persecuted. So these four guidelines, not very technical, very political, but this is how we reach the German public when it comes to Belarus. And I'm looking very much forward to seeing some of you in Vilnius in the end of May. And I'm sending my regards from Berlin. And now I go to the military operation in the Mediterranean.
Thank you so much, Knut, for making the time, and good luck for the vote. Specifically, I would like to thank you for bringing to the table this distinction that people within the state apparatus not always necessarily support everything the regime does and are not all to be considered torturers, but making that distinction of really telling the torturers that we know their names and documenting that. But what we hear is that Lukashenko himself does not have a vision for his own people. I mean, his supporters, for his chinovniki, civil servants, they just live day by day, and if there was a vision that could be offered to those in the system from the democratic forces and the West, I think this would ring very strongly. We conclude our round of introductory remarks with, last but certainly not least, Mr. Frédéric Petit from the Assemblée Nationale, also member of the Alliance for Democratic Belarus. We're very happy to have you with us this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you. I am very happy to be here again. I was very pleased this morning to hear in the introduction speech the word Republic of Two Nations. You know that I have a strange constituency as a French member of parliament, because I think that since Catherine II, there were nobody elected from od Morza Bałtyckiego do Morza Czarnego. It means all my voters are living between the Baltic Sea and the North Sea, and I think it's worth to mention that the rapprochement that we knew in 2004 that we are now constructing with Ukraine and with Belarus is not an enlargement. Here, it's not, I would say, a geographical hazard that you want to come in European community. You are the heart of the European community. And I always say to my French colleague, we could or we should call European Union Republic of 27 nations, of 35 nations, or as another member of this new Europe said once, the homeland of our homelands. Okay, it's also an expression which were created not in the West, and I think it's very important to be here and for me to put that onto what do we have to do. I will try. I completely agree. I fully agree about what our colleagues said before about the way that we have to begin the road with the democratic Belarus in European Union. I would place myself on the other side. It means as a European, what shall we do as a European to help that? The first thing, we have to remain democratic and we have to debate. We have not to agree with Germany in this moment, in France, okay, but we are democratic and we are beginning a campaign. We are beginning a hard campaign with people manipulated, with people strongly believing that European Union is not a good thing, and we should fight for that also. We are democratic, and as a big French said once, I believe on the final victory of democracy at one condition: they have to want that. And I think that these 6 months, these 3 months before the election put us in a way that we have to remain democratic and not to say we don't all agree and so on. And of course, there cannot be election in Ukraine, but there are elections by us, and we have to fight for that. We are democracy, and democracy is winning at the end if it wants. Second thing, we have to talk about enlargement. We have to rethink of enlargement. We are dealing with the French Parliament a big reflection on that, because we feel that it's not possible to go ahead with the Thessaloniki summit in 2001 and 6 countries not yet here. Okay, then we have to rethink that. But because on the other hand, we cannot make an integration in the European community, in the treaties, without clear engagement, and it cannot be a sold integration. That what can we do? I am not talking about enlargement. I am talking that we are building our family home. I said here we are home, not because of geography, we are home because of intercultural, of this Republic of Two Nations with the... I was very, very pleased the first time I was in the Rada after the war that somebody, a French colleague said to me, our multi-ethnic Ukrainian nation. Okay? That's, we are here in the European community since years. As we are in love since decades. Now we have to marry, okay? But it's another thing, okay? But we have not to enlarge. We have to officialize that we are together, and it's a little difference. I think we can do that formally. It should be, we have to add a first step in the adhesion. What we made with Ukraine, with Bosnia, it means the first step that, okay, you are in the family. It's official. You are not still here, but you will participate. You will not have the right of vote at once, but you will participate. You will be integrated in the party, in the European Party, and so on. We have to do that, and then we can go on another. Of course, you have to clean your room. You have to be with us. You have to produce. You have to change things, and so on. But this has to be the first step. You are in the family. And then on the geopolitical point of view, it will also be a clear message to Putin and to the other. Okay, a clear message, not gradual. You are with us, but now. I have one message more from the behalf of Jean-Louis Bourlange, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Paris. You know that we are this year, our French Democrat Party has his 100 years of existence, and I remind also, we talked about that this morning, but we were always a little party. We had 3 members of parliament in 38, and they voted against Munich. The 3, okay, only one. It's very important. And Jean-Louis asked me to invite the next forum, Kalinowski Forum in Paris.
Thank you so much, Frédéric, for this invitation. I think this has been well noted by a smiling Gigamantas Pavilionis. But also thank you for bringing back to the table what I also tried to touch upon earlier, the perception of the region in countries further to the west of the European continent, that we're not talking about Europe going somewhere, but European countries coming home. And we spoke a bit about history last night, how the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and then the Rzeczpospolita had rule of law from the 16th century, and that the constitution of Rzeczpospolita was even adopted before the French revolutionary constitution. So this is, as you said, the European heartlands. And if we can enshrine that perception in our Western minds, I think this is an important precondition for seizing opportunities as they come. Now we have 12 minutes for a discussion, but we have time for the discussion, and which is wonderful. I see already hands going up, but maybe since there was one concrete question towards Anatoly Lebedska on the Council of Europe, I would like to give the floor to you, and then I suggest we try to also focus those 12 minutes on concrete deliverables of defining success together with the democratic forces for the democratic future of Belarus. Anatoly, and then Richard.
Я говорил о задаче создать широкую.
I talked about a task of establishing a wide coalition for Belarusian democratic forces integration into Europe. But we also have a very good example of a coalition established at a parliamentary level. I refer to it as an already established fact. The coalition joins many states from the US to Ukraine. And at a certain point in time in the past, we made a resolute decision by establishing this kind of institution. This year, we're planning to meet on a wider level within this framework. And going back to the question by Mr. Zingeris, the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe coordinates closely its actions with the EU, especially with regards to the Belarusian issues. So I believe that it would be very important at this point to draft a report on the several thousands of Belarusians who were forced to flee Belarus due to repression. That's a very good idea. However, that also contradicts the legal practice of some of the states of the Council of Europe. So why not have this kind of document being part of the legal practice of those states? Because this would also motivate those Belarusians to continue fighting for a democratic future of Belarus. I believe this idea should be considered in Luxembourg and elsewhere. And I believe it's a very good idea to integrate the Belarusian democratic forces into the political groups at the European level. In addition to what has also been said, General Sergeyevka has received 109 votes to be appointed for a new position as general. So perhaps we could include the list on the list of sanctioned people, the MPs that voted for him. Tens of thousands of Belarusians, including my son, have done everything they could to fight against those that try to distance Belarus from its European perspective. So we have to make the kind of steps that would demonstrate that people who make these decisions are treated as they are, as criminals.
What Anatol mentioned. We recall a year and a half ago, all the politicians in Europe were actually stating, you know, I will choose one of the political prisoner and I will, on a daily basis, put in the face of Lukashenko and remind and fight for him. So I guess no one can actually tell by heart right now how many political prisoners are now in Belarus. Well, I just looked it up. It's 1,400. And still, you know, the numbers are going up. And then the question is global human rights sanction mechanism. And this is, again, where I divert the question to Ambassador. Have you pushed around High Representative Borrell to include constantly Belarus officials in this sanction list? Because it is gross human rights violations. And the last time I checked, the global human rights mechanism was again opened and added officials were this January, and guess what? It wasn't in relations to Belarus or in relations to Russia, it was in relations to Iran. 6 officials got included in global human rights sanction mechanism. How about all those who are involved in these kangaroo courts, judges, the heads of prisons, and etc.? They should be automatically included in the global human rights sanction mechanism. And this is something where I think gives a signal to Lukashenko. He knows that there is such a mechanism. Well, Europe is not bothering to actually activate it. So for a year and a half, I just getting away. I've continued to oppress. I try to imprison. So I think this is where everyone has to push, well, the High Representative, who is very much responsible on putting the list in front of the other member states to agree that this is what we are sanctioning. And actually, I will go a step further. We have to automize this mechanism that it's not based on political decisions, but is based on independent assessment by experts, and it lives its own life. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I would say we give it straight back to Ambassador Schübel.
Yes, thank you very much for your comment and question. Just 2 remarks or clarifications. First of all, there are many judges already on the list. Many prison heads have been put on that list already, so maybe not all, but all those where there was concrete proof that they have misbehaved, that they have violated everything, they are on our sanctions list already. Secondly, that is a joint exercise. Let me remind you that is not an HRVP decision by ourselves. You can make your proposal. Make it proposal as Latvia, make it, there are often member states proposals where you propose people that are maybe not yet on the list, where you have proof that they should be on the list, and we will be happy to take that up and discuss it. So this is, it's not an HRVP responsibility by itself. Obviously, he's coordinating the list, but this is done on proposal by member states.
Only one word, because I am very careful about mixing justice and parliament, but we will do in Paris, we will invite as a kind of parliamentary audition former prisoner. Okay, we are in contact with Anatoly to have and to make a kind, not a justice, because we cannot do that in a democracy, but we can make an audition and to ask them, and it will be something to promote this kind of attention of the population of what is about and what is dealing about. In this frame, we are exactly what a parliament can do. Parliament can ask citizens to come and to explain what happens and to ask questions, even, of course, the opposition.
Marco has a question, yes.
Thank you. Not so much a question as a comment or a concrete proposal if we talk about concrete steps that we can take to support the democratic forces. So who doesn't know me, I'm Marco Koplima, I'm the Estonian Special Representative to the Belarus Democratic Forces. And this is a position that is basically a dedicated diplomatic position to work with the democratic forces of Belarus. And I think if we want to talk about supporting politically the democratic forces, I call on all countries here to consider a similar position. I think if having a dedicated diplomat, a special representative to the democratic forces will help show that you are politically supportive of the democratic forces. It will help get a better overview of the situation of what's happening in Belarus, what's happening with the democratic forces. It will help raise awareness inside your own countries about the democratic forces and Belarus, and thus create more support long term. And I think very practically, day-to-day basis, what I have seen is it helps to find new concrete ways to find areas of cooperation. I know that a number of countries have special representatives, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Sweden, Ukraine has recently named theirs, US is very close to naming I think the bigger this family is, the more meat on the bones we can put to any kind of practical cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco, for that concrete proposal. I have one more question that's basically a follow-up from what we discussed today, because we heard Dirk told in the beginning that the Council conclusions were updated recently. And I remember just a few days ago, Dorota Soliga-Gluche from the External Action Service elaborated how the Council conclusions on Belarus are the most elaborate conclusions we have on any country from the European point of view. But then Anatoly said we're lacking a strategy, and Alexander Mareshko says we're lacking a concrete vision. So my question would be back to you. Would you say the Council conclusions are the strategy the European Union has on Belarus, or what is maybe missing to go from the Council conclusions to a strategy that would deserve the name? That's what we hear sometimes from the Belarusian partners.
Yes, I mean, we hear this, of course, not the first time that we have no strategy. I would argue against this, that we have the plan is indeed the Council conclusions, which we have for this reason updated now. And it's fairly detailed indeed compared to other Council conclusions on other countries that we have. That doesn't mean that they cannot get better and cannot be made better. But again, this is also a product of discussions among many member states that is the result that it was agreeable to all. That is also what we always have to consider. We are 27 and we need agreement by all 27, whether we like it or not. That's what democracy is also about, what Frédéric Petit talked about. I think that is a very clear strategy. We are supporting, and I tried to outline this also in my short introduction, that we are supporting the democratic forces as much as we can and in as many ways as we can. And the new element is now since last year that we have this European vision also that the democratic forces have developed, which was not necessarily so explicit in 2020 or 21. So that gives us also new possibilities perhaps to identify a clearer strategy that how we can lead Belarus, at least in the midterm, into the European structures or into European processes, to involve them more. But I think we have that we should take as a basis. We have this new consultative group, which is also exactly there for this, to discuss new proposals, new ideas, what we can do now, both in terms of tactical moves, but also in terms of strategies for the midterm to move ahead. So I believe we are well established. We have also some money put aside. It's not compared to what we provide to Ukraine. Of course, it's comparatively little, but we have put back in 2020, 3 billion euros. They are back in the safe. They can be taken out as soon as we need them and we can use them. For the time being, I told you, we have means as well. And frankly speaking, even the close to 140 million euros, it's not so easy to spend it because it's difficult to get money into the country right now where it is needed, would be needed for the civil society. But we have some means, as you know, to do that. So money is there, is sufficient for the purposes how we to help the democratic forces and the civil society in particular. And I think from that on, let us work and build a strategy around the new Council conclusions of February this year.
Thank you so much, Dirk. Money is there, means we do not have to have a new tax on supporting Belarus. Money is available. Thank you very much, lady and gentlemen, for this intense and good conversation. With a self-critical remark, I think when we will meet in Paris, we should move to work on the gender balance of the panel, but keep the quality, which is certainly going to be even rising with a stronger female contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, to all of us, now we move over to lunch. We will be back at 2:30 for the panel De-Russification of the Willing. So whoever wishes to be de-Russified, come back at 2:30.
And just organizational remark, you see Lauridas? Wave the hand, and he will lead you to the lunch place. It's complicated. It's another palace of Seimas. It's, so please better go with him, okay? And come back here at 2:30.
Danke. Vielen Dank.
Danke. Danke и дякую.
Супер, супер. Good, спасибо. So Mario, hello. I see you. Great. We are now starting, Mario, like in 5 minutes. People are coming to the room and we will start with you. Wonderful. You will be first speaking. Friends, let's join us around the table. In 5 minutes we're starting. Congressman is waiting on the hill. And Hill is busy. Friends, please join us. Yeah, usually at the end, those are the best who are me. Yeah. Please join us at the main table. Really, it should be family. Jonas, your place is at the main table. Kokio čia velnio? Ai, transliacija.
Ai, jinai... Oi.
Yeah, I'm already on. Already. Camera, so you should just leave it there.
Senator, nu tai kongresmenas ir yra senatorius. Senatorius yra kongresmenas. Nu, atstovų rūmų yra representative. Gerai. Congressman, please, 3 minutes of your patience, 3 more minutes, because we have this like obligatory beginning of the live broadcast, so we have to wait till that moment when we will go live on air.
Thank you so much. No problem.
Thank you. Still waiting the sign from above.
I know what that's like.
No, that's the salt and this is the attachment.
Thank you. Okay, got it.
This is coming from Friday. He just sent me this. So that's
Light is okay? Okay.
Hello. Welcome to last but not least part of our event, of our conference. In my opinion, with a perfect formulation of the topic for the conclusion, for the wrapping up, for summing up all the thoughts and insights. It is formulated like that: the Russification of the willing European path of the whole Eastern Partnership. So, as this title says, we will try to look to this whole geopolitical area, which is called Eastern Partnership, which sometimes resembles, not sometimes, all the time, all the recent decades, and especially now resembles to some kind of, I wouldn't call it historical Bermuda Triangle, but gray zone for sure, always contested zone. We have our Western, I wouldn't say failed policy towards this region, but not so successful, I would say like that. And now we have the war raging here. Raging war we haven't seen since World War II in Europe, in the heart of Europe, and with ever-growing and constant threat of spilling over, with ever-growing threat that battlefield in Ukraine, that not only Ukraine will become the battlefield, but all the region, and the battlefield not only between Ukrainian armed forces and Russian occupational forces, but might become the battlefield of direct confrontation of Western forces, NATO forces, allies, and Russia, which would leave all the region, not only country, obviously, in the total disaster and turn to the zone of destruction and leave it in ruins and shambles. So we have such perspective. Not inevitable, of course, thanks God, but it is there. So my question is, suggestion for our distinguished speakers. Of course, they are absolutely free to give all the possible their insights on the matter and thoughts, but my suggestion is, try to raise and answer the question, how can we make sure that this war, Russian war in Ukraine, is the last war of Russian Empire? Last war, and which ends in Ukraine with Russian defeat, no matter how we imagine it, but with Russian defeat. And moreover, that all this region we still call Eastern Partnership, finally departs from that gray zone, from that zone of historical Bermuda Triangle towards the real geopolitical subjectivity and towards, if we want, Western civilization. Finally, usually I have the impression that when we try to think like kind of strategically about things, about this issue, usually the narrative is we instinctively think that all this, the bigger things, the bigger historical processes can only happen and we can only deal seriously with them only after the war in Ukraine ends, in Russian defeats, we put the things consequently. Maybe it's true, maybe it's right, maybe it's natural, I don't know, but I'm just raising the question. But my question is, maybe there is something we can and must do right now, in this whole area towards all these countries of Eastern Partnership in order to start this real departure, historical tectonic shifts and process, and to secure Ukraine more, and in this helping Ukraine more to shield it from the possible front lines and new waves of aggression, of Russian aggression towards other countries of Eastern Partnership, and from these countries again towards Ukraine. So these are my questions. Now, my pleasure to present all the. We have quite a bunch of distinguished speakers here. So there is we have on Zoom and Honorable Congressman, Chair of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on State, Foreign Operations and Related Programs, Representative Mario Diaz-Balart. Welcome, Congressman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Then excuse me, after that we will have the video address of Senator Ben Cardin, who is the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee of the US Senate. Then we have Deputy Marshal of Senate of Poland in person, as always my pleasure, Mr. Michał Kamiński. Then Mr. Gustav Godberg, member of the Committee on Defense of the Swedish Parliament, who is also in person. Honorable Hanno Hopko, former member of Parliament and the head of the Committee of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine Parliament, Верховна Рада, вітаю. And last but not least, expert, distinguished colleague, Associate Professor at Igor Sikorsky Kyiv Polytechnic Institute, the National Technical University, Mr. Yevgen Magda. So, and my just suggestion, and I'm asking, since we again have a bunch of people, just opening statements up to 4 or 5 minutes in order for us to be able to turn as quickly as possible to the live interaction and Q&A session and discussions and replies. Please, Mr. Diaz-Balart, Congressman, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this honor. Also to my dear friend, my dearest of friends, Chairman Pavilionis, who is one of the world leaders that I most admire. A privilege to be with you and all of you. Let me first answer your specific question. And I don't want to oversimplify it because it's not quite, I'm not going to be able to hit it all. But I want to throw out 3 points about how do we stop this in the future. Number one is that appeasement has never worked. Never worked. So we must stay strong. And that includes emphasizing and not disregarding our military strength. All of us must take it more seriously to always have the strongest military possible because appeasement is dangerous. Number two, we have to take our security threats seriously. Hope and appeasement are not good policy. And that means not getting confused with all of the noise as to what the real threats in this world truly are. And Europe is facing a very real threat. And third, we must always and everywhere, always stand against those aggressive tyrants. We can never pretend that they are something different. We should not be doing business with them. We should not be trying to appease them. We should not be trying to profit from these aggressive tyrants wherever they may be. Those 3 issues, Mr. Chairman, would be a very important first step for all of the democratic world. So let me again thank you and thank Lithuania for hosting this important meeting and for its unwavering solidarity always with those seeking freedoms in every corner of the world. The threat, as the chairman was saying, to freedom to Europe is perhaps the most grave since the Berlin Wall divided Eastern and Western Europe, and since the Soviet Union's puppet dictators imposed their will, their brutal repression behind the Iron Curtain. And all we have to look at is the death of Navalny, just the latest in a long line of political murders and persecutions under Putin, coupled with Putin's continued trampling of the sovereignty of its neighbors. And that should show us what a real serious challenge and danger Europe is facing right now. So look, it is essential that we build pro-freedom alliances so that our reach is extended and our cause is strengthened. But we know that the enemies of freedom, they also have alliances. Obviously, we know that Lukashenko does exactly what Putin asks him to do. He is Putin's puppet. And here, where I am now, in the Western Hemisphere, Putin also has very damaging and dangerous allies, such as, well, centered, frankly, around the Cuban dictatorship. We've all seen that Lukashenko has invited Cuban troops to train in Belarus, and they keep talking and showing on social media those troops who are then again killing Ukrainians fighting for Putin. And Russia reportedly now is preparing to open to reopen, I should say, the Lourdes military base here, 90 miles away from the United States in Cuba. Obviously, while the Cuban tyranny continues to prosecute and persecute its oppositions, its opponents and the civil society, just as Putin does. We must always remember our heroes, our martyrs for freedom, such as Navalny and such as Magnitsky, and also people like Orlando Zapata Tamayo and Osvaldo Payá and Harold Cepero and Laura Poyang, and right now, Jose Daniel Ferrer, that pro-democracy activist who has endured torture, is in near death in a Cuban gulag. We must never forget them, and we must always fight for their cause. So that's why I admire your commitment to freedom and democracy, and for highlighting the abuses committed in Belarus, in Russia, in communist China and Iran, in Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, in North Korea, and elsewhere. Mr. Chairman, it's no coincidence that the regimes which are the most egregious human rights abusers are also the most dangerous to their neighbors and to the rest of the world. And they are natural allies. That's why our alliances are crucial, as we know that there are tyrants fighting against the freedoms that we cherish, those freedoms that heroes have died to protect. Navalny famously said, "You are not allowed to give up." No, we are not allowed to give up. We cannot let his sacrifice and the sacrifices of so many thousands who have struggled and are struggling so that future generations can live in freedom. We cannot let that just be in vain. So that's why, thank you so much. I'm so deeply honored to join you today, and for all of the hard work that each and every one of you are doing for a more free and democratic Europe and for a free and democratic world. I cannot thank you enough, and it is a privilege that you have allowed me to join this prestigious group of freedom fighters, of heroes today. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Congressman, and especially not only for this inspiring emotion and inspiring speech, but for one of the main thoughts, for the reminder that what is the general and most important global context of this fight. From one side is the ever-growing and ever-teaming up alliance of authoritarian dictatorship regimes who are teaming up all over the world and teaming up and trying to closing the ranks even in the neighborhood, immediate neighborhood of United States. And it's a pity that some part of the United States society still think that something that is happening in Europe, in Ukraine, is not posing immediate direct existential threat for the other part of the world. No, the world is tiny these days, and especially when the autocrats and all the regimes are teaming up and helping each other in every part of the world. So thank you so much for this reminder, for this context. If you are staying with us, but I know the time of the congressman, especially in these turbulent times, are precious. So if you can, please stay with us.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if you would indulge me for another minute, you're absolutely right that this is a threat to the national security of the United States, obviously a threat to Europe. But I would remind everyone that we can't continue to ask the United States to, and I support, to help defeat Putin in Europe, but at the same time, Europe is doing business with Putin's strongest ally 90 miles away from the United States. So I would respectfully remind our European brothers that if we are going to take this seriously, we have to take it seriously. We cannot continue to ask the American taxpayer to send money to Europe to protect Europe against Russia, which, by the way, I support, while at the same time, Europe is helping fund through business the strongest ally of Russia 90 miles away from the United States. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. The bill that funds our military, that funds everything having to do with foreign policy, and as you know, I chaired the subcommittee of appropriations that funds foreign policy, is actually up for a vote on the floor in just maybe a few minutes. So I unfortunately cannot continue to stay with you, but please know that you have my utmost admiration and my absolute solidarity.
Thank you so much again for other sobering reminder. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So now then we can turn to the video address of Senator Ben Cardin, Chair of the Foreign Relations Committee of the U.S. Senate. Please put it on.
Hi, I'm Senator Ben Cardin of Maryland, the Chair of the United States Senate Foreign Relations Committee. It's an honor to have the chance to address this year's Kalinausko Conference. My grandparents came to the United States in 1902 from Lithuania, when the Russian Empire threatened much of Eastern Europe. So the struggle against Soviet and Russian authoritarianism has always been profoundly important to me. This year's conference comes at a critical time for Russia's neighbors, and that is especially true for Belarus. The man who calls himself the president of Belarus has invited Russia to position nuclear weapons in Belarus. After his visit to Moscow last month, Belarusians' economic sovereignty and energy security took a major hit, and he allowed Putin to use Belarusian territory to launch a full-scale invasion of neighboring Ukraine. The leader of Belarus's democratic forces, who testified at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, has said that the future of Belarus and Ukraine are deeply intertwined. I think she's right, and I am proud the Senate passed an additional $60 billion to help Ukraine fight back against Putin's brutal invasion. We must continue to support Ukraine, but we must also support the people of Belarus. That is why I am calling for the renewed appointment of a special envoy for Belarus, as required by the U.S. National Defense Authorization Act we passed last year. An envoy based in Vilnius that will advocate for human rights and political freedoms in Belarus, working to push back against the regime's attempt to erase Belarusian cultural identity, speaking out against the KGB's crackdown on freedom of assembly, supporting Belarusian citizens abroad who the regime is trying to force to return home to renew their passports, and fighting for the release of the nearly 1,500 political prisoners, including Radio Free Europe journalists, in the regime's jail cells. For as long as Russia has threatened the sovereignty and security of its neighbors, there have been brave, courageous people fighting back. People like you who have gathered at this conference today. Because of your commitment to freedom, your dedication to democracy and human rights, I know that Belarusians and all people living in the shadow of Putin's aggression will one day be free. So I hope you have a successful conference. Thank you for what you're doing.
Now it's my pleasure to turn to Michał Kamiński. And could you please reflect on this relation between the war in Ukraine, Russian imperialist aggression in Ukraine, and the historical fate of all the region of Eastern Partnership? These things are obviously intertwined, tied together, but as I try to raise the question, what can we do and must do more in order, of course, the main focus is Ukraine, but towards other countries of this region right now, in order to try to tighten, maybe, speaking figuratively, the grip around Russia?
What is our main goal today, which obviously includes the victory over Russia in Ukraine and all the possible support for Ukraine. And I will not repeat what was already told here, that it is a big shame for West that we have to discuss such simple issues like ammunition for the Ukrainian army, because we actually should start every of our statement today, we standing and thanking Ukrainian soldiers for giving us this opportunity to meet together in free and relatively safe Vilnius. And we are here in Vilnius, safe, and we can discuss only because Ukrainian soldiers in this very moment are dying. And it's not a joke, it's not a rhetorical figure, it's a simple truth. Those young boys are dying right now because they defending their country, but they are defending our freedom and our safety as well. So it is obviously #1 goal of everyone in the free world to win this war. And it means to give Ukraine everything what Ukraine needs in military and political terms. What we can give Ukraine in political terms as soon as possible, and I would like to focus on that issue because it is our goal as politicians. I am not a military expert. If you ask me as a politician, I will vote, and I voted for every possible pro-Ukrainian solutions in Polish Parliament or in European Parliament. I'm actually, by the way, the author of the first ever document of the European Union talking about the membership of Ukraine in EU. It was the Kamiński report, which means mine report, of 2007 in EP, which first mentioned the possible membership of Ukraine in the future membership of Ukraine in the European Union. It was my personal achievement, being at the very young European parliamentarian at that time. So it is our goal to show to the Ukrainian people and to the all neighboring countries and societies that Europe has a plan for everyone who wants to be free from Russian mir, that we will never let down the people who are choosing to be free and who are choosing to fight against Russia. We will never let down those people exactly how we've been let down by the West after the Second World War. I was passing by the streets of Vilnius today, looking at the pictures of the Lithuanian partisans. We have discussions and we are commemorating our partisans after the war. But you know that their sacrifice was tragic, but has no chance to win, because West didn't want to fight. Those poor boys at that time, they were fighting absolutely with no chance to have a slight success. But they fought. Today, Ukrainians, thanks to God, they have much more chances. They have certainty of our support, and I'm certain that Ukraine will win this war. This is only the question how and for what price. But Ukraine will win this war, because otherwise we all will lose. That's the paradox. This is the last war of Russian Empire. Maybe this is the last war of the Russian Empire. But if it's not the last war of the Russian Empire, it means that we will have to face this danger constantly in the next generations, in the generations to come. So that's why I'm everywhere when I have the chance, I'm trying to appeal to the Western leaders, to Polish leaders, that we have to present a plan for the world after the collapse of the Russian Empire. And this plan should include our vision of the future Russia. Because without a full picture, before the victory, we are somehow cheating also those guys who are now fighting on the front, because they don't know exactly what they are fighting for. And I'm talking about the example of my grandfather, who fought in the British Army during the Second World War. And I can assure you that till the last days he was fighting in the British Army, in the Polish units in the British Army, he was absolutely sure that he is fighting shoulder to shoulder with British and American soldiers for the free and independent Poland. And what he got in return when, just after he returned in 1948 to Poland from England, he was arrested and sent to jail by the Stalinist police for serving in the British Army during the Second World War. And he was sent to the communist police by our loved British allies. And it was not only the fate of my grandfather, it was the fate of thousands of Polish soldiers after the Second World War. So that's why I'm now, in the name of the Ukrainian soldiers today who are fighting, I would like that they should know what they are fighting for. So we have to present a concrete plan. They should know after the war your country will be a member of NATO, will be a member of the European Union, and you will be exactly treated as the other countries in Western Europe, because you deserve it, because Ukraine is a part of Europe. It's maybe today the most European country in the world, is Ukraine today. The heart of Europe is now in Ukraine, because this is the only country who is paying the highest price for trying to be in Europe. Or for all other countries, including, with all my respect, Poland and Lithuania, for us, it was only the question of referendum. It was 11 or 12 years after the collapse of communism. It was the question of referendum. We should just vote yes or not. Ukrainians are fighting, are giving their lives for being in Europe, and this is a huge moral obligation for us. It shows us how important we are, and how heavy is the burden, the moral burden on our shoulders, because those people are dying for being together with us. It makes impossible that we will not present the program, the plan for future Europe, for future world. And this plan should include, and I really admire that Lithuania is a country which is trying to do something with the future Russia as well, because we have to work with the vision of the Russia in the future. And we should present just a little bit more, like just to say, we want to defeat Russia. Because we defeated Germany in 18, I'm sorry. The Germany was defeated, okay? And in 20 years, the Germany started the Second World War, which was much more horrible than the first one. So it doesn't mean that the defeat of Russia will solve our problems if we will not presenting the vision of Russia after the defeat. Why we succeeded, I'm sorry to be so long, but what we succeeded with Germany after the Second World War, because we had a plan for Germany after the war. We knew what to do with the German society, at least with the Western part of it. It was a denazification, it was the concrete vision of the free and democratic Germany, and how it was established and so on. Do we have such a plan for Russia? I'm afraid we don't have such a plan for Russia.
Because a lot of colleagues and decision makers and experts and strategists in the Western world would argue with you, Mr. Kamiński, that the analogy between Nazi Germany and today's Russia is lame, exactly because of that Russia cannot be defeated and occupied in the same way Nazi Germany was. So, okay, but...
You are talking to, I mean, we are Poles and Lithuanians, so we did it once, okay? We can invite our Mongolian friends, they did it for hundreds of years, as I remember, so it is doable. Come on, you know,
okay,
let's
it is
talk
doable.
with our grandfathers, they did it, come on.
Sounds like a plan, yes.
Remember the National Day of Russia, what they are commemorating. Look, guys,
Lithuanian Polish invasion into Moscow.
No, they are commemorating the day when they expelled Poles and Lithuanians from Kremlin. So that's till today, that's their day of independence.
Okay, Mr. Gerberg, please share your vision from another side of the inner Baltic, inner NATO lake. Mr. Kamiński outlined we have to send a signal, not only to Ukraine, but to other countries of the region, that we are serious with their future, and we have political will and vision, and will be able to take the decisions and so on and so on. This sounds like a plan, like a vision, but my question again is, what can we do now, immediately now, and try to capitalize on the strategic situation which is again changing? Russia is again trying to get the upper hand, not only in Ukraine, but overall, and it's kind of succeeding gradually in that, but fundamentally strategic situation hasn't changed. It is stuck in Ukraine, still taking Kiev for the third day, bleeding out, and its influence and stand in the whole region of Eastern Partnership is weakened, and maybe gradually weakened. Can we capitalize on that immediately, right now?
Well, that is the question of the day, and starting by saying that I thought you asked a very interesting question to Mr. Kaminsky also before. Is this the last Russian war, imperialistic war? And yes, it is, because either we can stop it, which we will, or they will continue and continue and continue. So this is the defining war. It will not maybe be in Ukraine, it will be in Moldova, it will continue in Georgia, it will be in the Baltic states. So this is the final Russian war. It's up to us to see how we end it also. I was born in the mid-90s, so I was born after the fall of the Soviet Union, and realize now that, even though I'm not the oldest man in the room, that this time which we have had behind us from 1989 or 1991, when people like Mr. Singris to my right personally took down an evil empire together with many others in this country, until February 22, that is the defining time which we don't have, and which defined a lot of the politics around the world, and now we're moving into a different era. And I realized that this is going to define my political activities for the remainder of my life. And then you have to ask yourself the question when you realize this. How should we do it? And I think that the most vital thing to remember is to say that we need to focus on the democratization of Russia after the defeat in Ukraine. And that is, of course, very difficult. That is the task. But I must also say that it is up to our willingness and determination to make sure that this happens. In this very room some years ago, I think it's on the very chair that Mr. Nix is sitting, Vladimir Kara-Murza was here. We don't really, maybe here, yeah. He was in this very room.
And before Boris Nemtsov.
And before that, Boris Nemtsov. And now we don't know the whereabouts of Mr. Kara-Murza.
With John McCain.
This is the room to be, obviously. And looking at the Kalinausko Forum from 2021, in the midst of the pandemic, it was, of course, digital, so you can see it still on YouTube. Mr. Kara-Murza reminded us that what Lukashenko is that he was the role model of Putin. Today we tend to see it the other way around, but Lukashenko was the role model for Putin's behavior. And he's also, Boris Nemtsov talked about the Lukashenkification of Russia. So this is nothing new. It's 18 years since Anna Politkovskaya was murdered on Vladimir Putin's birthday, 2006. It's 15 years this year since the Eastern Partnership was founded. And of course, it's very interesting to go to conferences and to share and exchange views with allies. But of course, it's vital and it's necessary to admit that things aren't moving in the right direction, and things, if they're moving in the right directions, are moving too slow. So there's a lot of things we could do. I came here last night late from the Swedish Parliament, where we had a vote about the 15th military aid package to Ukraine. $600 million is now being sent in military arms and goods to Ukraine. That is good. It was unanimously consented by the Swedish Parliament. That is good as well. But much more must be done. And I'm working every day, and I know that there's a lot of people in this room working every day with this as well, that much more must be done for the military defeat of Russia in Ukraine. While we're focusing on that, however, we need to also focus on what we can do in terms of democratization of Russia, but also to see how we could assist and support the democratic forces of Belarus when Belarus is liberated by the grips of the dictator. I spent also a lot of time talking with the Moldovan ambassador in Stockholm, if we're going to countries where the development is more positive, about the exports of apples. They are very, very interested in the exports of apples from Moldova to Sweden. And of course, that is something very concrete that we could help them with. as we are helping other partner countries in the European partnership also with further integration to the European Union. I was in Kiev with some of the friends around this table some weeks ago. On the very same week where the Verkhovna Rada passed the legislation on capital market reform. Name a country in the midst of a war against a military power with nuclear weapons that are being able to focus also on the passing of the legislation of capital markets. It really shows the determination. And it really shows also the determination of the Moldovan people when they are facing the threats they are facing, that they are really into discussing exports of apples, because their path is Europe. And the way that they symbolize and show this is, of course, very important. I think that Mr. Kaminski took one of my points, which of course is good, because then I know it's evidently a good point, and that is that we don't have a strategy of how to support Russia and the democratic forces of Russia. I know that there's a lot of strategies and a lot of policies on how to support the democratic forces of Belarus. And we are doing a lot also in Sweden when it comes to supporting the Belarusian culture and Belarusian language. A couple of months ago, Kristina Johannesson, who I saw here earlier, was appointed a special envoy for the Swedish government, which is, of course, something good that more European countries should have as well. We heard before that the Baltic states have all their special envoys for democratic Belarus. We have strategies for that, but we don't really have a strategy when it comes to supporting the democratic forces of Russia. I hope we have a European Union strategy when it comes to the public diplomacy against Russia and the Stratcom against Russia, but it's not being very, very formalized, and I think that we could do something about that as well. I have suggested also that we should have a special representative on Belarus from the European Union. We have a mission, a European Union mission, that is good, but try to elevate this into a special representative who could work within the frameworks of the European Union to put forward new policy and assist European leaders when it comes to supporting democratic forces of Belarus. Also to sharpen the knowledge in the EU institutions on sanctions, because we are not obviously there as yet. I think that there's a lot of things that can be done, but we tend, when it comes to these different political, I'm gonna finish now, give a politician a microphone, and they keep on talking. We are doing a lot of things, you know, when we have these talks to talk about the fatigue. I don't see any fatigue. I see media speculations about fatigue, but the only way we have fatigue is in the discussions about fatigue. And the second thing is that, and that is a point that Alicia Kearns made in Kiev when we met on the anniversary of the 2 years of the invasion. Stop talking about the eventualities of a Trump administration. It's 10 months minus 2 days from now. We have a lot of things that must be done before. Of course, if that unfortunate event occurs, we have to deal with it. But we will prevail, because we prevail with 4 years of that administration before. And the determination of the European countries and the determination of our allies, whom we share our values with, are so strong that we don't really have to spend our times in intellectual seminars about the unfortunate events of a Trump administration or whatever. We have 10 months minus 2 days until a new administration. Let's take that time, send more weapons, prepare for a democratic Russia, and support Belarus and the democratic force of Belarus. That's a lot of time still, and I think that it's important for us to stress this, especially in the coming European Parliament elections. It is a Parliament election about Europe. And Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia, their path and their way and their place is in Europe. And we need to show that more strongly also on a day-to-day political activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for the reminder of simple but important thing, that the main problem of Eastern Partnership policy was always, and as the mother of all problems, the absence of the real strategy towards the Russian regime. The absence of the clear and consistent vision of the policy of physically defeating and dismantling regime and opening path for some possible democratic changes in that country. But we're turning then to Ukrainian friend, Honorable Hopko. I feel you, and I know how sometimes being Ukrainian and participating in the conferences, hearing about big things, visions and talking about distant future and big plans, how sometimes it is exhausting, yeah? When you know from the ground that the time is now, that the things and crucial things are happening now and the tide is turning now, and that everything is sometimes very uncertain, and the blood is spilled and shed constantly in ever bigger quantities. But please, share your vision, your perspective on this constant, on this interdependence of faith of the Eastern Partnership, of all the region and the current war in Ukraine, and what must and could be done immediately now from our side, from Western side, towards this.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Žygimantas, for having this important conference, this initiative. And let me start from quoting a war criminal Putin from December 2021. In his debate with film producer Mr. Alexander Sokolov, Putin said him, they debated on the situation in Russian Federation, and he blamed Putin that Moscow is the capital of Moscow, and they don't care about other regions of Russia. It happened during the Soviet по развитию гражданского общества, the Council for Civil Society Development. What a strange council in Russian Federation. But Putin was very angry, and you could watch this video online, and just put debate in Google, debate between Putin and Sokolov. And Putin said, вы хотите нас превратить в Московию? Этого хочет НАТО. И он попросил относиться очень серьезно к территориальным вопросам, потому что 2000 разных территориальных претензий на территории России. People in Ukraine might criticize me that I'm speaking in Russian, but maybe for those who don't, so just to be clear. So actually, at that time, Putin said that there are 2,000 territorial claims inside of Russian Federation. 2,000, and he demanded from Sokolov to be very careful because the issue is very sensitive. So I think Lithuania is doing right, helping Ukraine, helping Belarus, helping Taiwan, helping people from Tibet and many other countries and nations. And I think it's really important to mention indigenous people from Russian Federation which are here in Lithuania, in Czech Republic, and others. Let's not just focus on Russian opposition. Let's also focus on those people who are suffering in different Russian republics. Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, these 6 republics of Edel, Ural, Povolzhia, Udmurtia, and others. I think this is really very important. Why I'm saying this? Because now we are focusing how Ukraine could get invitation to NATO. And we discussed during the coffee breaks that it's almost impossible, that it's hard, this year will be even problematic that during NATO Vilnius summit. But I want to say that with the victory of Ukraine, we will see different scenarios. And one of the scenarios which it seems like in White House, in Chancellor Scholz are afraid, what Russian defeat will trigger. And one of the scenarios, Russia could repeat the destiny of Soviet Union. But I think, don't be afraid, because I think these indigenous people, which are now, some of them representative from Dagestan, from Siberia Battalion and others, they joined to the armed forces of Ukraine. And who knows, maybe besides Ukraine, there will be another candidates joining NATO in some period of time. And the real border with NATO will not be Ukraine in Kharkiv or other regions. Like Soviet Union collapsed. Everyone, Bush Kiev chicken speech, when everyone was afraid. But actually, independence of Ukraine is a guarantee for security in Europe now. Ukrainian armed forces is de facto the European armed forces. And we don't know what could happen in the future, but the idea of Macron to bring military or deploy troops on the ground, it's a great idea. And we do support it in Ukraine, because it's crucially important to stop the genocide. Let's be frank and tell the truth. Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine. It's a genocide. And I do believe we don't need 90 years, like it happened with Holodomor, to recognize its genocide by European Parliament. The level of war crimes, crimes against humanity, atrocities, ecocide, forceful deportation of kids, it's all about Russia committing genocide. So it could be different options, like we discussed also here with the partners. It could be kind of patrol forces to protect critical energy infrastructure, when NATO countries could deploy these forces into Ukraine to defend Zaporizhia nuclear and other, what happened today with Dnipro HES. Today Kiev, Kharkiv, and many other cities. So this was the largest strike attacks or terroristic attacks on critical energy infrastructure. It could be military instructors, medical field hospitals. So I think this is right idea to go. So we in Ukraine support military missions to avoid humanitarian catastrophe and actually to stop Russian genocide against us, first. Second, so I do believe, and I'm thankful to those nations who already recognize Russian aggression as a genocide. So I encourage others to recognize Russian aggression as a genocide. Second, we do support Macron idea, and I hope Czechs and others will consider seriously to deploy a patrol or special forces to Ukraine to protect critical energy infrastructure. Third, confiscation of Russian sovereign assets. Sorry, but it's not too late, but still we do hope that Italian's presidency in G7 will make this decision as a coalition decision of G7 nations besides the EU responsibility, which is also so important. Also, we demanded close the sky after the full-scale war. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, and we paid a price by losing our civilians, our defenders. But if Russia continue doing more attacks on energy, the blackouts, like in Kharkiv, we have problems today with electricity, with water supply. So we need to stop Russian nuclear blackmail by imposing Rosatom sanctions. Finally, we don't understand why there is no sanctions against Rosatom. Why Russia is not recognized by the US Congress as the state sponsor of terrorism. So this is really very strange. Why Russia, with all these terroristic attacks daily on civilians deliberately, not recognized as a terrorist sponsor of terrorism? Do we still think that there are some naive people, Jake Sullivan or Mr. Burns, who will consider negotiations with this current criminal regime? Ukrainians, 90% of people will never accept any capitulation scenario. We either die as heroes defending our country, but even without weapons, we will not surrender. This is the message from our people. This is what probably some American politicians or some people in German Bundestag, Chancellery office don't understand. This is the historical battle for us. And Ukraine, this is decided by God. God's purpose on Ukraine to defeat the enemy. So this is not about us. This is Ukraine's spiritual mission in 21st century. By victory to liberate the indigenous people which are suffering from totalitarian regime. And it's not just about Putin. Even in this room, many speakers previously were telling Putin, Putin, Putin. Let's be frank, within 200 years, last 200 years, Moscow, Soviet Union, Russian Federation, it's about Russian Sikh society as well. They support the war against Ukraine. They never opposed it, like Iranian women or Afghani women in protesters in Afghanistan. So this is why only punishment for the genocide through tribunal, through reparations. So this is the way when we could heal and actually help Russian society to become really, I don't even say healthy, but actually to take this moral guilty and pay the price. And actually, I wanted to focus on Mike Ryan, the military strategist from former Australian Army Major General. He wrote a great article, Russian Adaptation Advantage, with the message, the longer war lasts, the better Russia will get at learning, adapting, and build a more effective modern fighting force. Please read this article, because this is not about stupid Russian military forces. So they are learning from the battlefield. They are producing more advanced drones, attacking Ukraine and preparing to attack NATO countries. So, and to finish. And I think this Sullivan visit to Ukraine and actually this call for Ukrainians to stop striking on Russian oil refineries, this is the consequences of the weak sanctions policy. Instead of seeing the oil and gas embargo, now Ukraine is blamed for self-defense. So, but I think, and I'm actually questioning what United States will do if in autumn or like September, November, there will be new attack on colonial pipeline or other American critical infrastructure. We do remember the reaction of the US when the colonial pipeline was attacked in 2020, and for 1 week it was paralyzed, dysfunction, this network of pipes with the oil and oil products from Texas to New York. So I think the US should finally think about the US security, because victory of Ukraine means actually more secure United States. Forget about being a superpower. Superpower means responsibility. Responsibility means delivering as a security and our strategic partner. So this is, let me finish here. I'm optimistic now that the European Parliament recently adopted a resolution. And in this resolution, there was, I will quote this, Ukraine's decisive victory may lead to genuine changes in the Russian Federation, in particular, de-imperialization, decolonization, and refederalization, all of which are necessary conditions for establishing democracy in Russia. So it's, I think, it's a shift from being afraid of even mentioning de-imperialization, decolonization of Russia, to saying this in the official resolution document. And actually, history will judge those who think that the US, with its, losing credibility, means preventing Ukraine from victory. I think Europe should finally think and prepare a plan B, like Czech initiative, like Macron and others, in case of the turbulences and problems in the US will take another, not months or 2 or 3, but years. European security should not become a hostage of lack of leadership in the US, because it's about our future, it's about our kids living in the European continent. And I'm thankful for those nations who already increased their budget expenditure. So I do hope that Americans finally will return back and will demonstrate leadership. I still have this hope, even if our good friends telling us, keep trying from US, keep trying on us, but don't count on us. But I do believe that God will finally change the soul and minds of Americans, and they will demonstrate leadership. But if it doesn't happen, it means that Europe should seriously consider Plan B and Plan C to defeat not just Russian imperialism, but to defeat the axis of authoritarian states. Because Russia will not attack NATO alone. Russia will do it together with Iran, North Korea, China, and using Belarus as the territory. So the faster we are equipped with modern weapons, the better we are secured to protect. So American friends, please tell us what you need to convince your congressman, your president. What else could we do in coalition of partners to convince you to finally make this decision? If not, I'm asking Europeans, please wake up faster, invest more, and help us to defeat Russia, and don't be afraid to send your troops, because this is the way to prevent devastation going beyond the Ukrainian borders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, these are the key words, faster and now. Because a lot of people tend to think that, yeah, more challenges are to come, more dire situations are to come, but they will come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. But usually the time is now, and sometimes it is vital to think in the terms of immediate perspective, of the closest perspective, because the things are happening now. And the full risk, taking the full risk of direct military confrontation with Russia for Europe might be the question of tomorrow on the Ukrainian soil. And this is a very serious thing to think about, and just for a moment to let it sink in, so to say. Окей, Mr. Magda, вітаю вас ще раз. And since we are talking again about the whole Eastern Partnership also, we're trying to keep this context in sight. I know that you want specifically to talk about the Belarus, about the so to say Belarus case. As I told in my introduction, there is a kind of I wouldn't call it stereotypical thinking, but maybe it is. It resembles to the stereotypical thinking. For example, a lot of people, including me, are convinced that no changes in Belarus are possible before the collapse of Russia as an authoritarian regime, yeah, and before the victory of Ukraine in Ukraine. These are necessary, unavoidable preconditions for some internal and some real changes in Belarus. Am I wrong? Please present your vision.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, dear colleagues, now we in very close circle in around this table, and today I will be brief, and I will speak about Belarus. From my speech, it will be clear why I make this choice. As a Ukrainian political analyst and ISANS expert, I see my proposals as part of Ukraine's policy good neighborhood and common European agenda. I pay attention to Belarus because this country today is the key to a safe Europe. Belarus today is a last dictatorship in Europe and first ally of Russia. And I have short 10 points for transformation in Belarus. First, Живе Belarus should be a principle of European security policy. Second, without a democratic Belarus, there is no safe Europe. If you want ask why, you can see about start of Russian invasion to Ukraine from Belarus territory. Third, rebooting Belarus is a joint European responsibility. Joint responsibility. 4. The EU should establish a Belarus Development Agency for making dreams about new Belarus reality. 5th, the Lublin Triangle, Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, should become a driver of democratic transformation for Belarus, with corresponding structures forming in these countries. I must recognize that I don't see strategy for Belarus in Ukraine, but I think that it's possibility of our common efforts to create this strategy now. 6. Belarus should not be a Russian balcony, but successful country in the head of Europe. And Belarusians don't want to be русские со знаком качества, but to be clear and qualified Europeans. 7th, The Baltic Black Sea region is under attack due to the growing Russian threat. Putin, as for my point of view, preparing to expand the theater of military operation at the expense of other states of our region, Poland and Baltic states, in danger now. 8. Transit of Ukrainian experience. I create a concept of 1,000 steps, like border between Ukraine and Belarus, should help accelerate the transformation of Belarus society and debunk the myth of unity of the Slavic people, a myth about триединый славянский народ, a basement of Russian ideology, a basement of Ruski Mir. 9th, restoring Belarus non-nuclear status should contribute to the revitalization of a non-proliferation regime. I think that decision about transit of Russian tactic nuclear bomb to Belarus was the reaction of Putin to the order of International Criminal Court about his deal and affair of kidnapping of Ukrainian children. And in final 10th, we jointly need to work on mistakes in Belarus policy and result in formation of a roadmap for the democratic transformation in Belarus. Thank you for your attention.
I wonder, could you elaborate more on what were the main mistakes in Belarus policy? At least not 10, please, but those main, for example, 3, if we are sticking to these numbers.
I think that main mistakes is non-stability policy of European Union for Belarus NGO, and I think that in Ukraine we have not a strategy for Belarus. After independence in 1991 and till Russian aggression, a start of Russian aggression in 2014, we see on Belarus and Belarusians see on Ukrainian through the piece of ice, like tells Snow Queen. But this piece of ice, similar iceberg from Titanic movie. It's very, very, very big. And this triangle, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, we create our relations only through in line Kiev, Moscow, Minsk, or Minsk, Moscow, Kiev. Now I see that many Belarusians, politicians or activists understand very well that in Kiev they can use bad Belarusian better than good Russian language.
Okay, thank you. So now we have a bit of time for interaction, for the live discussion, replies, remarks, and Q&A question. Yes, so please, honorable audience, the floor is yours. And first of all, I would like to present the mic for Emanuelis Zingeris, member of Lithuanian Parliament.
Thanks a lot. Looking to Alexander Kornienko, Hanna, Hopkot, your faces, to Tolik, Anatoly Lebedko, we need to understand that our story, our battle we have behind you, here, behind you, the pictures, it was declaring constitution and saying goodbye to Soviet Union, continue. Well, it was about the map of freedom from our side. We told that we never have been part of them, we never have been of Soviet. We never have been them. We never have been every day testing our blood in the 50s, 60s, 70s, never become Soviets. That was our Baltic revolution key item. So we never become like them. And in the Kremlin, I was in the Commission for Negotiation for Independence. We started with Ryzhkov, Prime Minister of Soviet Union, saying, "We are not you, you are not us." That was a very strange start of negotiation. And we brought translators. So we started from 2 pages. So 2 pages, Lithuanian Republic and Soviet Union, the protocol between Soviet Union. So we were expecting every day that we will be killed. OMON group surrounded Professor Landsbergis us in the airport, and they put the guns to our side, and we waited for 20 minutes, and then it will released. Well, Americans told to Gorbachev, "Don't kill them. Your face, like a reformer, will be killed." That was the case of the 90s. We were looking to Kiev and to Minsk in the time, how they understand, how you understood in 90s, the speed that we have very limited time when the doors were open to go away, to become members of NATO and Union, and to be under roof and to be together. And every day for us was waiting when they will invade. In 91, 92, 93. We never believed in democratic Russia future. We had Boris Nemtsov and other friends, but we never believed that Russia will become democracy. For the reason that we know that the provincial part of Russia, big part of Russia, based on territorial thinking, territories. 10 kilometers of Georgia is more important, like the wells in Russia. Ukraine, so Tolstoy and this criminal Slutsky told to me in 2013, we will start the war, and we are late to start the war. Only one idea what Russians now have in their heads, that they started too late the war against Ukraine. That's what they feel. It's too late started the war. Means, Hanna, you're right. It's not about Putin. It's about Russia. I'm sorry to say, it's about Russia. I'm not Lithuanian nationalist. I'm not a radical guy, but it's about Russia. And please, means we are in the war. If Russian intelligence, it's about our intelligence. If Russian intelligence, a few days ago, trying to kill, and that is a summary of our intelligence officially on the paper, to kill Russian Democrats in Vilnius, here. It means they will be trying to kill them in Stockholm, and they were trying to kill them in Paris and London, and they will try, and they started their terrorist activities against us in physical means. We are in the war with them. See the reports of intelligence officers, see the reports of German intelligence. What they're saying, German intelligence, that we are preparing to the broader war. That is the statement 3 days ago, but analysis of German intelligence on the table of German government and on our tables. So from our point of view, in this battlefield, how we are battle ready, how Swedish society is battle ready, how we are ready to conquer them on the battlefield is only one question about that, about battle readiness. One small good news is about our Jewish friends. I just came back from IPAC meeting, and Michael Johnston, it was, Steve, interesting for you and your Republican friends, say Israel and Ukraine together during the IPAC meeting. 4,000 Jewish lobby guys, fantastic people, stood up applauding while they see every day Hamas every second day in Moscow in Lavrov office. Hamas is consulting every week in Moscow with Lavrov. That means main terrorist organization is in direct consultation with Moscow and with Iran. So it's our common line will be when, and that will be next week, when our friend Diaz Ballard will declare $45 billion to Ukraine, 43 for Israel. We have the same enemies, and we should be preparing to the war and to clean Ukraine physically from them. So we should follow Macron advises, and we prepare our troops to be inside of Ukraine first. B, stop our stupid wars in Poland. Michal, what are those farmers doing on the borders until now? For months and months, blocking the border with the most important part of the border between Ukraine and Poland. That should be solved like a strategic aim inside of Poland, and you should clean those internal problems with Ukrainians not looking who is a crook there. Ukrainians are crooks or Poles crooks. Third, on both sides, but they should be stopped. The border should be open.
I'm sorry to intervene. Emmanuel, you are my friend for so many years, and I was actually a chairman of a Polish-Ukrainian presidential committee. I was a chairman of Polish-Lithuanian presidential committee, and it's true that we solved much bigger problems than today, when I was a chairman of it, back in 2008 and 2010, without any knowledge of everyone. Any problems at that time, including serious historical debates between Poland and Ukraine, was never published. They were never public, and we started our policy with apologizing to Ukrainians for the President Kaczynski did the first visit to the Ukrainian village. On his knees, he asked for the forgiveness for the crimes committed against the Ukrainians. Then we were waiting very long for the same gesture from President Yushchenko, but we did it as smooth as possible. And today, believe me, every Russian agent which was spotted on the border was immediately prosecuted. And if you will see Russian media, they are talking about it all the time, that we are prosecuting pro-Russian Poles back in Poland. That first of all, and whatever you think about the Polish protesters, I had the courage to go to there and to say them, looking in their eyes, that I have friends in Ukraine who have to look every day on their phones to see if their children are dead or alive on the front border. And I said to the Polish farmers, I understand your emotions about the prices, and I understand your emotions when you are looking at the phone, looking at the prices on the market. I understand your emotions, but I also understand the emotions of the people who are sending their children on the front, and their emotions are bigger, unfortunately. And having this courage, as an elected Polish politician, to go to the people and to talk to them straight away, about having the courage to be one of the 5 members of Polish Parliament who voted against very infamous anti-Ukrainian and anti-Israeli law back in 2018 in Polish Parliament. Having this courage, when they called me a banderowiec in Polish many times, I also have to admit that that not single truck with the military weapon or military support was touched by our protesters, and the Prime Minister of Ukraine admitted it. Not single transport was even delayed by 1 second by these protests. And this is, if someone is telling differently, it's not true, and even the Prime Minister of Ukraine admitted it, that those protests were not affecting the Ukrainian military support. I was there and I was talking to the people, and I said them that if you will touch any military support for Ukraine, you will be prosecuted as enemies of Poland, not as enemies of Ukraine. And I've been told by the Polish services, and we've been told by the protesters themselves, they will never touch the military support. So, and that's true. So please don't blame us for everything, because I said it publicly. when I heard the former Ukrainian president, who is now calling for the special inquiry committee about the defense line around Avdiivka, I have to tell to our Ukrainian friends that it's not our fault. It's not the Polish politicians who are to blame for the problems of Ukraine in Avdiivka. I'm sorry, and because from the very first second of this war, me and my friends from both political sides in Poland, to be honest, from both political sides, we were ready. And we were ready to fight for Ukraine, to help Ukraine, and we didn't earn a single penny on this. And
thank you for this remark. I'm sorry, I would like to end, and I would like to say it's not you are the biggest friend of us, but it's not about you, about still, I was visiting the border with your chief of your office, that looks not extremely attractive. So the border means, but I would like to say, I would like to go to the last point about
really last points.
Yes, about the last point. Last point about our consciousness and our firms. Lithuanian firms who are Italian firms who are supplying American firms. American firms who are supplying through all possible means, Kazakhstan supplying military of Russia with the components, puzzles for their military. They should be prosecuted. We should change our law conditions in the United States and in Europe, and those who are circumventing and avoiding the sanctions of our sanctions should be brought to the courts, and the names should be announced. We should go against those big guys in the big firms and bring them to the courts and prosecute them. We should stop the enjoy of Al Capone type from 1936, enjoy during prohibition time of Mr. Putin growing the Russian economy. Our firms are doing that. We should stop that with our law. And I think very important on the end that probably our wonderful conference...
that was the aspect Congressman Diaz-Balart was talking about, to remember all the things, all the responsibilities.
Yes, and I would like to say thank you to Žygis, and probably we should do well, we are in time of war, and Jonas just told me that time is ticking of the war, battlefield. We should do this wonderful conference declaration of our conference and distribute for everyone the summary. Žygis, it's a wonderful conference. Thank you. You're old compatriot, and we should do the summary of this conference, and we have this wonderful creative ideas, like a step forwards in the written form. Thank you so much. And I would like to add anything. Stop to call corridor the Lithuanian Suwalki corridor. It's no corridor. It's a place of Lithuanian Polish space. We are not in the corridor. Lithuania is not in the corridor, and Poland is not in corridor. It cannot be in corridor. It's a Russian...
Okay, we are in the historical tunnel where we're wondering, is there any light ahead? We are in the tunnel, not corridor. Okay, Honorable Kalinausko, please share your insights, thoughts, things that resonates to you.
I will try to be briefly. You know, it's better to study on mistakes of somebody. Yeah, and unfortunately, Ukraine, as state, really we made a lot of mistakes in terms of Russia. First of them started from 1991, when we made not so clear choice like Baltic countries, and our parents, our grannies, gave confidence to communists, to Kravchuk, etc. Rest in peace. I respect him personally very much, but you know, we talk about choice of country. For example, in terms of Crimea, this problem with Crimea occupation started from the first day of independence, because of first Russian hybrid invasion with Mashkov and some status of Crimea, what is it, autonomous, not autonomous, you know. After that we had a situation with Tuzla Island in times of Kuchma, you can remember. And after that, all time we had problem with elite on Crimea, because most part of them were formerly gangsters. It's facts. Well, one of the convocation of Crimea former parliament was to 65% about former gangsters, with real process of investigating in prosecutors. It's one of examples. That's why one of my asking maybe not to waste time, because we all time, you're very right, Honorable Vaitutas, that we need to do something right now, because we haven't this time. If we talk about Ukraine, we haven't this time every day, because we're losing life and losing our territory. But
very concrete example, Honorable Gopko mentioned this shelling, like massive, such massive. I can't remember such massive shelling. And I followed the stats, official stats of Ukraine armed forces, how many targets were hit. And it seems to me that dynamics is getting more and more negative, that less and less targets are hit by Ukrainian air defenses. Yes. And that's what Russians are doing. They're trying to exhaust Ukrainian air defenses as soon as possible, using this window of opportunities for them, and investing in the nearest future, when they get this momentum finally, when not only air defenses will be exhausted.
Yes, and you know, yesterday our president said one of the, I don't know, not so good news for our Western partners, to EU especially, about Kinjal and Iskander and Korean missiles, about compounders of it. More than 1,000 Western compounders. And I personally saw some parts from inside Iskander and from inside North Korean missiles. It's like with marking Intel or some very big brands companies, you know. Our policy of sanction doesn't work. Next mistake that maybe we need to learn, not only from our side, but from our side also. It's about underestimated of Russia. We need to estimate them very, very precision and very, very clear. We need to make work about different analysis, okay? What the skills and what the side of Russia is strength and hard, what weak, and where this weakest part, what can we use to attack in terms of military and economical, hybrid, etc., etc., etc. For example, in terms of situation on battlefield, we have parity in drone war right now, but in war of anti-drone, Russia still stays strong. But it's issue of more prolonged process, because we need R&D, we need to investigate, we need to do it with partners, with allies, with you, with all together. And maybe last but not least, about Russian and about what we can do with Russian. First of all, we need to understand and to percept truth about Russian opposition. It's not opposition. It's part of this regime. I don't know, not regime. Maybe it's not formal. Okay, they don't go into Kremlin every day to receive some instructions, to consult. But they do all in the scenario of Putin, in the scenario of Kremlin. Why you should go to pull stations all around Europe with big terms? In Brussels, Amsterdam, Georgia, I don't know, everything. Tel Aviv, to vote into Dolzhenkov, who is Putin businessman, Faberlik, etc.
If you're saying that these elections are sham, so why are you participating?
Why you take part in this? What is the... Okay. But unfortunately, we need to be clear. Reaction to killing Navalny also was very, very smooth and very, very quiet and very, very unoptimistic for their voters, for their supporters all over the Europe, to immigration, etc., etc. They cut hope of their supporters, and it's not about opposition. It's something smooth. One real opposition, it's guys who fighting against Russia in pro-Russia battalions like Freedom Legion or Русский добровольчий корпус, or Kalinausko.
Actually, a bunch of Russians from Russia were fighting in the Ukraine armed forces since 2014, since 2015. Yeah, that's a long-standing tendency, so to say.
Yeah, but we have now situation with separately battalions of them.
Yes, so
it will be real opposition in the future, and if Kara-Murza will be leave and will be safe, I will him all of that. He will be real opposition.
Thank you so much, Kornienko, for again two sobering reminders. One is the last one, that it's sad and tragic to say that all those people we are calling Russian opposition, actually they do not have and most probably won't have any influence on the processes and on Russia's future. Any influence whatsoever. And if some opposition people in Russia will have some influence, there will be totally other people who are now behind the curtain of future and mystery of this Russian fate. And other thing I regard it as a very important, for example, that yes, of course, we are very clearly, when we are blaming, when we are saying, taking responsibility, that the West is somehow also complicit in what is happening in Ukraine, in this war, in this failure of whole Eastern Partnership policy, in the fact what we have in this Eastern Partnership of this war. Yes, it's true, but sometimes very useful to remind that all the countries itself from this region and Eastern Partnership, including Ukraine, also have some responsibility for what is happening.
I told
that is
about
yes,
our mistakes.
And
our
is,
government in
yes, absolutely valuable thing that
was formed from Russian citizens.
That high-ranking official from Ukraine is reminding that this terrible genocidal war we have now in Ukraine can be regarded in some respect as the historical price this country is paying for its own mistakes. Yeah, so I think that it's time for wrapping up statements. If somebody, Jonas Hochman, again, perspective from the very ground, from the dirty ground of war.
Yes, a few remarks. At this point, the Russian volunteer forces heading into Belgorod area are supported by us from Lithuania, with Lithuanian motorcycles, anti-drones, with Polish automatic grenade launchers, etc., etc. We are at full-fledged war at this point. At this point, from Lithuania, we are supporting brigade-level various capacities at our full-fledged war in the Avdiivka area and also other places. Gentlemen, I'm going to talk to you as leaders, as politicians, as decision-makers, policymakers, from a moral position. As far as I'm concerned, as somebody who's been doing for 10 years, I'm being decorated 29 times by Ukraine and other countries for what I'm doing from 3 presidents from 2 different countries. From what I'm seeing, you are risking, and this is, I'm challenging you right now, to come across as a generation of benevolent pussies. Yes, you heard me correctly. I'm not saying, I mean, you understand, yes, you're trying to help, but you're not doing it full-fledged. It's half-ass. You have, Ms. Hopper, yes, told it very benevolently about, we have to enter this war for real. We have to fight, we have to support. If we do not do that, and I know from my own experience, every day, I see a crack at what Russia is doing, exhausting air defenses, preparing for offensives, doing all kinds of other things. The poisonous gas was not, which is for some reason not being addressed in the Western press, etc., etc. We're going to lose, and we're going to lose big. However, we still have some time, and it's up to you. And I'm watching you, and I'm not the only one here. And I have the moral right to say what I'm saying right now. So bring it home to wherever you come from. You are risking to come across in history as a generation of political benevolent pussies. Yeah, that was a remark. Thank you very much.
Geez, yeah.
Taken.
Honorable Richard calls, please.
Okay, pussy, not pussy. I mean, we can throw words, of course. Sure.
Not everywhere.
Exactly.
Not in Baltic
Just
states.
to be precise. No, I mean, but you're addressing everyone in the room.
Okay, so I challenge you.
Yes.
Send your troops to Ukraine. Send a small detachment for logistics, maintenance, whatnot. You don't have to send your guys to fight. Send
20 guys to Ukraine. And you're not pussies.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
this
no,
is
no,
interesting. This is
Okay, please, gentlemen.
It's just very.
Let's keep official as much as possible.
We're not neighboring Russia, right? We're not neighboring. We don't have Pskov regiment, right? We don't have it. So no. This is not throwing shoulders. We are responsible. We are committing. Not only politicians, society altogether. And to say that we will be generation of pussies, you didn't say we're risking. You said we will be remembered as such. Fine. It is something that is, you need to find the right audience for such addresses. Well, the countries that are the most dedicated.
They are dedicated, they help. I'm not saying they're benevolent, but they're helping, but it's not like we have to do 10 times more
Yes.
in order to finish this. And it's not happening because I don't know what we do. I am doing it.
Okay, gentlemen, I want to remind that I'm also in the room. Please.
Yes, thank you.
Please, Richard, the floor is yours.
What else I can add at this point on Russia and democratic society? I mean, there is no democratic society. I always use the abbreviation of the writer Astafyev, Russian writer. And, he said once that, well, you can wake up somebody that is asleep, but you cannot wake up somebody who pretends that he's asleep. By definition, there is no civil society in Russia. So right now, it's for the West to waste time to identify that might be the potential opposition and so on. Everyone is either killed or in prison. So what is going to happen in Russia is going to happen spontaneously. And out of this spontaneous event, a true leadership will arise. And that's when that time is going to come, we don't know. So therefore, let's not waste our time on thinking how we can shift the Russia from within. We can't. We proved that already for 2 decades. We cannot do that. We're not capable to do that. We don't have the know-how. What we have is absolutely what Madam Hopko mentioned, is the locked nations within the Russian Federation that we have to work on. It's Ingushetians, Dagestanis, that are actually being used as the cannon fodder in the Eastern Front. How to reach out to them? Well, all of them are using Telegram channels, right? So right now we're investing, and I'm very skeptical on all these efforts on the Western media that is broadcasting in Russian. Yes, the majority of them are based in Latvia. We opened the Green Corridor, BBC, Russian Desk, Deutsche Welle, you name it, all of them. Radio Free Europe. But let's not fool ourselves. They're not gaining new audiences in Russia. They're only addressing those who are silently and using VPNs already consuming the Western information space. What we have to do is penetrate through these Telegram channels the minorities in their languages. Buryati language and etc., to actually raise the nationalism within Russian locked nations. And exactly, this is the way of, here we are not military personnel. We're pushing, just now Lithuania, 35 million providing for the shells. To sell, that is, I mean, I'm sorry I'm coming back to what you said, but it really Let's put the politicians aside. Because that is diverted towards the society of Latvia. Latvia society elected the current day politicians. So to call them in those words is actually calling Latvia's population in those terms. When we have soldiers killed in action on front lines, we have civil society on top of what government is doing, sending the cars to the front line, risking their own lives, ammunition and everything. Yes, we are trying to be innovative in different kind of ways, how else we can support Ukraine. You know, fine example, you'll say that doesn't mean nothing, but still, those who are drink and drive, right? Their cars are seized. Those cars are being brought to the front lines. So we could continue to, again, to throw the armies. I mean, we just introduced compulsory military service. We're short of human resources as well. We would love to send, let's say, brigade. We have instructors, and well, this is public discussion. So therefore, I don't think I will reveal everything that we are doing. That is maybe not so visible in public space, but behind the scenes, instructors and everything, it's ongoing struggle. What we are missing is from the public space is those sophisticated weapon systems. And absolutely, you're right to use that term you used on those who are hesitating to send those systems. Absolutely, you're right. And I'm, with both hands in support of that kind of labeling.
But
finally you agree.
Yes.
Can I add
But actually,
propose?
emotion and anger Jonas was transmitting is very symptomatic thing. It's there in a kind of big part of the specific, but society. So.
Can I propose some small propositions?
Please, gentlemen, it's my duty to. It's my duty to wrap up, and there is no greater thing to wrap up with Ukrainian voices. Please, Mr. Kornienko and
I want to propose some common activity to all of us on the base of Kalinausko Forum. We have some expertise in terms of Russian internal situation. We have temporary special commission in our parliament about investigating of status of these indigenous people in Russia. And Verkhovna Rada, we voted about 10, up to 10 different resolutions about.
It actually sounds like the plan for whole Eastern Partnership, Mr. Cole said.
Yeah.
In order to unlock all Eastern Partnership nations, this Bermuda historical triangle, unlock indigenous nations in Russian Federation.
let's make it together. We can share this experience, our evidences. And only for last year we voted about 3 or 4 resolutions of recognizing sovereignty and independence in Gush people, Chechen people, Ishkeria, etc., etc. That we working about issue of Bashkiria, Tataria. If your parliament start to recognize them, if we all together start to do some on political way, we don't need to send some partisans to Bashkiria right now, But we need to work with this in politically. We are politicians. We need to work with this especially. We can connect you, for example, with this. We can connect this society of our head of committees and representatives of committees of foreign affairs with that, make some Zoom, I try to connect us on this base to change our experience.
Thank you so much.
So Vilnius is well known as a capital of Russian opposition, but I dream to have to see in Vilnius all my efforts, attempts to talk to Andrius Kubilius failed, unfortunately. He's in Kiev now, but previously I asked, okay, it's great to have good friendship relations with Russian so-called opposition, but what's about representatives of indigenous people? What's about Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Udmurtia, Yakutia, Dagestan, Ichkeria, and others? Why? Their voices haven't been heard even in the Lithuanian parliament. Lithuanians are the bravest nation in the world, helping Belarus, helping Taiwan and others. Why? Only Khodorkovsky and other people. I will not mention the list of opposition, but I dream, because in Ukrainian parliament, I remember 2019 during our convocation, we adopted the first resolution condemning Russian regime for persecution of indigenous people's rights. We supported Udmurtia language magazine published in Kiev. So we established a center. So we don't need to support Russian language TV channels. Let's support. Remember when from Udmurtia, the famous professor was made a self-immolation at the age of 82 as a protest because they prohibited the Udmurtia language. So I think these cases we have to stand up, protest against all this assimilation policy and others. This is the signal that you need to send to these people, because they are their nature allies in case of Putin dream or Putin fear will happen, that Russia will be in the size of Moscovia, and then all these nations, republics, indigenous people, they will finally decide their future. Because what's happening in Russia reminds me what's happening in China with Uyghurs also. So I think Russia and China together, they want to turn the world in a concentration camp. So this is very dangerous, and without demonstrating strong support to these freedom fighters of Žygis, next time please invite me to Kalinausko Forum, and there will be, I hope, Ruslan Gabasov, who is here in Vilnius, and I'm thankful for supporting him, and many others. I'll send you the list of those people, because they are more nature allies for the future, for long-term perspective. That's another guys that you are focusing and concentrating on them. Thank you.
Actually, this is a debate about Russian opposition we have currently in Lithuania now. Quite heated one, as a journalist, I can tell you. Yeah, that's symptomatic. Very last word to Honorable Kamiński. I can't refuse Deputy Marshal of the Senate of Poland.
And I want to apologize.
I'm
it
sorry.
was not against Kamiński.
Okay,
it was
no,
I'm sorry.
He's not Kamiński, I'm Kamiński. Listen, I would like to propose something at the end of this discussion, and I think that we should, I hope you will take it seriously. From the very youth of mine, when I was hearing the Russian propaganda, I was hearing about the mysterious Centra Ideologicznej Dywersji, the center of ideological diversion, not diversion, the subversion, yeah. And I think that we as Poles and Lithuanians, being in NATO, maybe we should propose that NATO should establish a real center for promoting the values behind NATO, not to call it too aggressive, but to establish an arm of NATO which will be devoted purely to fight for our values on the enemy territories. First of all, I mean Russia, Belarus, but other dictators around the world, they are enemies of NATO by definition. So why we don't have a special body, well-financed body, which will confront Russia on ideological front, which will turn this discussion, who is good, who is bad in Russian opposition, into a part of our practical policy on Russian soil. We can establish who is our guy in Russia. Why we should count only on a spontaneous result of a spontaneous Russian revolution? I'm really afraid what spontaneously Russian can do us, because what they are doing spontaneously to us in the recent hundreds of years are not very good example of their, creativity in political terms. I prefer Russian creativity in other fields. So maybe we can have something like our center for defending the values which are behind NATO, I repeat. Because NATO is not only it is an alliance of values. And today the war, it is not like in early 50s. Today the big part of the war between the good and evil, between the Western world and Russia, to be honest, post-communist Russia, because being a Russian empire, it's paradoxically still very post-communist country. So, and big part of this war is now going on media territory, in cyberspace. And we've been, as NATO, already attacked. I will repeat, you saw the Russian hands behind all the events in the United States. You saw the Russian hands behind the enemies of freedom in Western Europe. You saw who Russia is financing in our election campaigns. So they are not afraid of taking this war into a political level. So we, as a NATO, should define this war also in political terms, and we should take this as a challenge and to win this war as well, because we have sources, we have knowledge, we have well-founded institutions in Western world. We can combine together. We can combine the CIA possibilities with the possibilities of all intellectual institutions in Eastern Europe who has not typical intelligence knowledge about Russia. And we will, if we can combine it as NATO, we can really fight against Russia. Not leaving it only to intellectuals to discuss what Russia is we are expecting. We should fight for it on soil. We should be there as a NATO, as a strong alliance.
Thank you so much. And thank you for all the speakers. It was quite a discussion. My name is Vytautas Bruveris. I'm local journalist here, editor-in-chief of National News Agency Elta. And last but not least, please pass some thoughts to men and women who are now holding the line. They really need this.
Thank you, Vite. Let's allow me just to make few little philosophical but also practical conclusions. I was thinking about what you said, and you know, in history, Lithuania had many capitals. One capital was usually fighting the west, Trakai actually. Vilnius was always fighting the east, different Mongols and Russians coming from there. And I was thinking, you know, now this function of Vilnius moved to Kiev. And we, together with Warsaw, is performing this Trakai function. Because, you know, when I was listening to you all, well, we have still to help Washington to lead, because they are not leading right now. We have to wake them up. And what could do it better than Poles, having 10 millions of Americans of Polish descent? We have 1 little million, but we know how to work with you. And we have to really do anything, Michal, we can till Washington NATO summit, still try to wake up this administration. Because you have some signs of awakening, like, you know, putting Mike Carpenter in the White House, it's a step. But, well, if not, let's play scenarios B. They were present here, they are present somewhere else. You know, let's work with new administration, because it's, you know, never ending. But it's also European stuff. What Michal was expressing, this is kind of, I would say, new Polish or regional ambition to get EU ready to fight. If, imagine, we have EU Defense Commissioner who is Pole. Who knows who might be this gentleman? You know, it would be nice. You know, I think we can do really a lot. And today in this conference we had all main EU capitals speaking in one voice. The only serious absence, what was actually felt is US administration. Well, we have great ambassador in Vilnius, that's great. We have Mike Carpenter, who is our good friend, but we know he's just a minority. Administration is not moving to where they need to move. So let's deal with that, let's work with that, but we will see if we will see if this Easter gift is coming from Washington as it is promised. We will see, but we can really do a lot. Richards mentioned 3% today. I think if Americans are failing us, and they might, 3% is just a minimum. We are fighting for those 3% now in Vilnius. Actually, my prime minister and maybe new defense minister will see, they will try to do it. Poles have it, Estonians have it already. Latvians are close to that, so let's do it. But also this idea, Estonian idea, that we are trying to sell as also Lithuanian idea, this 0.25. Let's do it, guys. This is kind of doable. If we do it, it's tripling our assistance. So I think we can do a lot. And let's also fight for Ukrainian invitation to NATO. This is a nonsense that leaders of Berlin and Washington is doing today. This is just a stupid mistake that provokes the war. And I saw it in Bucharest, and it's so painful to see Americans replacing French, and actually French replacing Americans in this role. It's not happening. In Lithuanian conscience, it's not happening. Something is really wrong with Americans. And we have the same problems that Pavel Koval was expressing with start of accession talks. It's like stalling. It's not only Hungary, guys. It's also Berlin, it's also Paris, and we have to speak with them. Don't play with this. Don't postpone those accession talks, because do you think it will be better after European Parliament election? No, it will be worse. You will have more Hungaries all around. And maybe they will start acting united against us. And what then? So let's push for those talks. Okay, finally, it's about Belarus. It's about decolonization of Belarus, decolonization of Russia, I agree. You have more experience with all those stunts there. We will see. First of all, let's wait for elections in Lithuania. We have to win 3 elections in this country, and then we will continue in your direction. And now, just practical remarks. Friends, we have like 8 minutes, because buses are ready. 2 buses are ready to depart from the same entrance you entered. They will bring us to Polish embassy, to great historic place, where we have to be at 5 o'clock. Those who have their own cars, the address is Švento Jono Free. Well, it's not easy. Okay, St. John Free, like it's close to university. If not, just call me. But before that, I want to ask you, those are the last real freedom fighters who stayed till the last minute of the fight and Kalinausko conference. Let's have a family picture, if possible. And before that, I want to say big thank you to young TU students. You know that young people in Lithuania, they're the happiest people on this planet. That's confirmed. So those 2 happiest Lithuanians are Simonas and Laurinas, who made this company work. Please stand, please stand. And also Helena from Prague. She's coming from Sister Party in Czech Republic. She was helping us to do it. Thank you so much. And let's have a family picture right now, okay? And let's go to buses. And by the way, somebody mentioned Karamurza. Actually, it was you, Alexander Karamurza. It was his last dinner was after one of the Kalinausko conference, and then he was imprisoned. Yeah. You remember?
Yeah. We've been together.
Yeah.